Asiatic mathematics. You're the first one in the building today. What's this? Look like we got a lot of people in here. Why is my computer? I'm moving super slow today, man. All right, now I got some people. Black Justice, Alfonso Brown, the Mythbuster, SW, YSU, C Justice, all in the business, Prepared Partner Networks, L. Lowry, Calm Islamly, Joe Self, Sincere Born Asiatic. You gotta call that number to me, man. District 120, Clark King. Y'all can hear me, right? All right. So we're about to get into the what's the name again? You know, this is Teaching the Black Woman Week right here. So we're gonna get into that. But have any of y'all been watching the news? Seeing the violence from the police? At least in New York City. It's getting a little bit wild out there. I got some, let me see. I think I can show. I think I got the ability to show some of this footage, man. Oh yeah, that's something else somebody was trying to show me. Some real crazy stuff has been going on, man. Like beating up little girls and all this kind of stuff. Let's see, like this incident. I don't know how many people saw this. There's a video to this. I'll see if I can find the video. don't know if y'all can see this. Hold on, let me see. What's that? Let me get that up the screen. But they really turning up over here in New York, man. Is this kind of thing going on? Is this kind of thing going on everywhere else? Let me see if I can find a video of this incident, because it gets more crazy. What is this? Here's one of them. See if we can see the video for this, man. Why is my computer moving so slowly? Should have restarted before I came in here. Yo, I seen something out west though too. I seen something out west where this dude, he just kept punching. He just kept punching this dude in the face. Like the dude was next to a fence, and the cop just started swinging on him. He hit him with like a 40 piece. Oh, I see. That's what it is. You got to put in that particular search term. But also though, let's not forget about the title for today. A unit followed by 21 ciphers. Start getting that drawn up so we can make that walk and talk. Like we always do. Six sextillion tons. A unit followed by 21 ciphers. This should be an easy one today.
Look. He ain't even do nothing. He ain't even do nothing. Look. He ain't even do nothing.
I don't know what's going on with my computer today, man. We got D Stewart, Queen Mecca, Process, Cecilia Shakim in 793rd, The Bar.
Y'all go to jail. What's going on? I didn't do
Fuck back. What you flexing for? You flex. You got lost on too. Look. He ain't even do nothing. He ain't even do nothing. He ain't even do nothing. Look. He ain't even do nothing. He ain't even do nothing.
That's what's going on out here right now. And that's just one incident. That's just one incident that we've had out here, man. It's getting quite crazy. They came for the weak, and now they coming for the strong, man. I don't know what's going on with my computer. I probably got to restart it. But it's a whole bunch of stuff, man. Blair and Snotty, Born Magnetic, Sounds with the Brothers. So getting into back to knowledge of Allah, getting back to the theme for the week, right? We're on 6 sextillion turns. So first of all, for the brothers that might be new to the lessons, you know what I'm saying? Do you know how they calculate the weight for the planet? Anyone? Apex Cipher. Yeah, I figured you would have pay attention to that. Yeah, see, mass, weight, and gravity is all related. Lucifer, what's going on? So when you're dealing with gravity, this is the pull of two objects. You know what I'm saying? Like we say that the earth have gravity, but all matter has gravity. You see what I'm saying? So uh, if you know the mass and the weight of the object that's being attracted by the earth, then you can calculate, like Lucifer said right here, the sound of numbers crunching, you can calculate what the mass and the weight is of the planet. The Christian said the earth's true equality is shown when she has understanding of herself 6 sextillion times. I mean, that's positive. You know, we explore everything that's possible. There's nothing wrong with that. But you know, in particular, today, I'm dealing with this part of the question: a unit followed by 21 ciphers. Does anyone have anything to add on to a unit followed by 21 ciphers? Because, of course, there's a lesson in there right there that I think we all can learn from. The Christian said, for the record, I love Mother Earth. Yeah, that's what we doing this week. Raphael Shatura said represent 6 sex powers of the black woman. The boss said each of those ciphers holds weight. So, getting back into the cipher, into the science of what we dealt with a cipher, right? The cipher has no value except for the numbers that's around it. Like if you put a 1 in front of a 0, now the 0 has value. You know what I'm saying? If you put 0.1 behind the 0, then it has value. So one thing we might be leaving out, right, is what is a unit? See, remember, the lesson of the last 2 days was to go from the square miles, right? Knowing every square mileage, all the way down to knowing every square inch. Going into the details. Amina, call that number right there. The number that I just put in the screen, Amina, call that number. Anyone? Bueller? Anyone know what a unit is? All on the business said a unit is a full degree of measurement. Which I agree with, but let's simplify it down. You know what I'm saying? Because we on the 140, so let's simplify it down for some of the brothers that might not know 120 lessons. You know what I'm saying? Or they just beginning with the study of certain things. So you've been through certain sciences. D. Christian said the number to the left of the decimal point. Raphael Stratura said the black woman and the black man is a unit. One unit. Also a whole. Waju said the family, man, woman, and child. See, y'all going all around it. Not real bang. See, all on the business. Unit is one. Uni means one. Y'all was all saying it. Yeah, everybody's saying the same thing. But see, just one. We simplifying it down, like I said, for the people that may not even know the lessons. See, a unit means one, right? And the unit is followed by what? 21 ciphers. Right. The universe is a unit. Uni means one. So uni means one, and that unit is followed by what? But King said in the context of the degree, the whole number to the left. The unit is followed by 21 ciphers. Now, somebody, when we first started talking, right, we talked about keeping the 6 before the sex. Right, D. Christian. You're starting to get the hang of this, D. Christian. See, you got to remember to keep the unit or the one or the knowledge first. You got to always keep in mind to keep the knowledge first, right? Or the 21 ciphers become what? Death, hell, and destruction. Why son-in-law, what's going on? Commons normally, so that's why 0 isn't really a number. The separation is there between the unit and the ciphers. Lucifer said U is also the 21st letter in the alphabet. Y'all brothers, you can't slip nothing past y'all. You see that little detail is in there right there to always keep in mind what the unit is. So see, as Raphael Stratura and a couple other people pointed out, if you're dealing with the black family and you're dealing with that unit, right? You always keep that in mind in whatever your endeavors is, because remember, we're talking about the planet Earth. which is the home of Islam, right? And it's where we base our history on. King Me says called place value without doubt. It's where we base our history on. So everything that we doing, you know what I'm saying, when we dealing with our activities, when we walking and talking as the cream of the planet Earth, these are the things that's having an impact. So we deal with the what? Weight of situations, the weight of circumstances. You understand what I'm saying? And sometimes when we get in these circumstances, what happens? We lose our way. Because love is what? Knowledge and wisdom. But see, if you lose track of what you love in anything that you're dealing with, if you lose track of what you love, then you start going through the what? Hell of that situation. And if you lose track of that unit, you lose track of that knowledge, then you become trapped in the wisdom knowledge. 21 ciphers of death, hell, and destruction. You understand what I'm saying? And this is, dealing with the black woman, you know what I'm saying, as an individual. See, for brothers, you know what I'm saying, for the brothers, so y'all can understand what I'm trying to illustrate here, right? Is if you ever had a weapon on you, you know what I'm saying? And you know how you have a weapon on you and you know what I'm saying, it's a certain rush to it. You see what I'm saying? And then you could get caught up in that rush, right? And, think that, dealing with matters by using that weapon is who you are and what you should be doing. See, the way a lot of brothers is caught up in sex, right? See, for a woman, when she reaches a certain age where she start to blossom, she become a woman, right? Then she sees the what? Power that she have over certain individuals with sex. Physical power. And she can become lost in that. We're not developing her mind or any of the other things, not just necessarily to be in a relationship, but even for her own self. So then, in that form, hell takes on the form of dissatisfaction. Because the body can't go past 6. So you always going to end up with disappointment because the body can't go past 6. And when you get to that level where you need more than 6, then what are you going to do? So wait a minute here. But King said in school we learned that the 0 is to the left of the 1 on the number line. However, we know that something cannot come from nothing. So in supreme mathematics, it is to the right knowledge added cipher. Yeah, that's actually for the number line. Like the number line is the reason that became the case. Like when you see graphs, 0 is just the neutral point. But in all reality, once you have a starting position of anything, that becomes the beginning, which is 1. As W said, the ciphers are what you make it. Family first. Joseph said a unit followed by 21 ciphers equal to earth can be heaven or hell. The universe is in her when God puts it in her. Yeah, but see now, look, that's something. I'm glad you pointed that out because I went straight to the situation where it's 21 ciphers of death, hell, and destruction. But see, when you keep the unit first, then yeah, it becomes paradise. Apex Cipher said, what about 360 degrees of a cipher? Yeah, 360 degrees, right, means that knowledge has gone to born. That's what it doesn't mean nothing. If knowledge has gone to born, then what you're dealing with is knowledge, your knowledge adding a cipher. It's showing proof that is complete. As opposed to 0, which is nothing. See, exactly, you hit it yourself on the head. How could 360 degrees be nothing? That's why you gotta understand. I don't know if you was checking the lives back when I was pointing out the difference between supreme mathematics and arithmetic. See, arithmetic is supreme mathematics without the meanings. You don't draw all the same relationships. When you got 10, you just got 10. So now if you don't have the meanings in it, yeah, you could put 2 before 1 all day in arithmetic. But if you try that with supreme mathematics, you're gonna run into issues. As W said, born is completion of the cipher. The cipher is what you add to it. All on the business said the weight of dealing with equality. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. What's the, when we deal with these situations, when they say, yo, do you know the gravity? The gravity of this situation, sometimes, people don't use that type of slang now, but when people use it, that's a heavy, that situation is heavy. I got something heavy on my mind. I got the monkey on my back. See, these is all things what happen where you got to keep the unit. You got to keep the knowledge in mind. You understand what I'm saying? And, act and interact based on knowledge, you know what I'm saying? And not ignorance and not emotion, so that you deal with paradise and not death, hell, and destruction. D. Christian said, would that be falling victim to the He-Man? Well, listen, we got 2 more days after this. See, notice I said that because brothers react that way, they might fall a victim to that. I didn't say they was just like that. Oh, yeah. Oh, this is King said the cipher is the totality of all the prior principles. Cipher is the 15th letter. Knowledge plus power equals equality. So you see the equality of everything that came before that it took to make it complete. See the God is saying that the cipher is actually the pudding. The cipher is where you see the fruit, is where you see where knowledge went through every stage. You see how, oh, it was an idea here. Anything what it is. You know what I'm saying? If we got the computer right here that I'm on, this is a cipher that shows and proves that somebody had an idea. And that person put that idea into activation. And with anything that exists, we could go back and investigate and see what the foundation and the root of it is, and we'll be able to do that because of the evidence that exists in the cipher that was created for that knowledge going to born. All on the business said when you break bread, you carry more responsibility in exchange for less food. RDM chemistry. This is RDM chemistry? You came on here before? Where you from, RDM chemistry? Welcome to the channel. Everybody that's in here, do the each one teach one and click the like button for me. We got to do that now because YouTube don't show me that beginner's love like they used to. They was trying to draw me in. RDM Chemistry said, "Is the Wise Scientist logo available on T-shirts?" Yeah, that one is. That's available in. Let me see something. I think it's. That should be the link right there. RDM Chemistry to check that shirt out. If that's not it, let me know. I got a couple of. I start all the stuff to see what I like best, and then sometimes it takes me a while to cut it back off. But I'm pretty sure it's in that store right there. Matter of fact, let me check for you right now. I keep forgetting I'm technology overkill right now. Yeah, it's in there. Yeah, if that's the right link, you could be able to get it right there. I got a couple things in there. We got the shirts for the Earths too. I should have put that up for teaching the Black Women Week. Lucifer said, "The disciples are what you make them to be. Don't make the weight if you can't take the weight." That's it. I like that right there, Lucifer. You understand what I'm saying? See, he took it back to the knowledge degree. For some of y'all that made, you on the 1 in 10 or the 1 in 36 or 1 in 14, you're not on the 1 in 40 yet. What he just said is you the maker and the owner of the good and the bad. You know what I'm saying? Don't, like back in the days when they used to say, don't do the crime if you can't do the time. Don't create no situation. You know what I'm saying? You don't want that smoke. How the young people say now, you don't want that smoke. Don't stop. Why Sen said, "Now zero doesn't represent infinite possibilities. Cipher represents the completion of a cipher. I mean, a completion of an idea. My fault. When you complete an idea, now don't get me wrong, knowledge is infinite. And that's why when you go from knowledge to born, and then your knowledge adds a cipher, then when you go to knowledge. And then your wisdom added cipher to show and prove that your knowledge was complete twice. So yeah, it represents infinity, but the infinity is because the knowledge was complete and it was born alive and not born dead. So that's why the cipher is infinite. Magnetic, what's going on? Magnetic, matter of fact, check your cash app. I sent you the order for that the other t-shirt. Justice Harrison. Peace to the God. Shaquem. All right, Amina, you need to call that number. If you don't call this number, I'm gonna have to block you. That's your last warning. Call the number, I'm blocking you. D. Christian says cipher is also a person, place, a thing. Exactly. A person, place, or thing that's there to show and prove. Like, for instance, right now, you're the person that's there to show and prove that your parents was knowledge and wisdom. Like, even if I never met them before, if I see you walking down the street, I know what happened between your parents. I know what happens. You see, I know what happened. Lucifer said, a cipher is a complete experience. You can create as many as you want to learn and grow. It's 21 likes. Yeah, y'all got to get that up. Y'all know I don't like those kind of numbers. Y'all got to get me off at 21. Oh, 26. All right, now we good. Wise man's equality. Y'all know I don't like those kind of numbers. Remember, we didn't even broadcast when it was 666. Can't get down. True Self said emotion can be the enemy. Once you give into emotion, you stand a chance of losing yourself. Exactly. Because you didn't keep your mind on the unit. You didn't keep your mind on the knowledge, the one, what came before all those ciphers. You know what I'm saying? Like, you feel emotion for whatever thing it is, you know what I'm saying? But what came before all those ciphers? You know what I'm saying? And what came before all those ciphers, if it's not if it's not up to par, that's also a thing. Like, if what came before all those ciphers was already something that was not right and exact. Like in the case where we saying, if your parents, you know what I'm saying, already, we know what happened to them, but we know what happened between them, but we don't know how they continue to live that out. If they continue to live that out in a way where, they didn't nurture that understanding, you understand what I'm saying? Then we see people all around us with all type of emotional problems. You see what I'm saying? Because they don't have a unit. In this case, so we talking about a family unit, an experience with a family unit that they could look back on and know, you know what I'm saying, an experience with a family unit that has calibrated their self-balancing scale of justice so that they know how to behave amongst civilized people. You called, nobody picked up. You listen. You need to call back. SW said completion and possibility aren't related. Yeah. You know, one is potential and one is kinetic. But King said, in the words of Guru, who's going to take the weight? The theme song for this one. Musa D. So, all right, here comes the wordsmith. Knit, K-N-I-T, means to sew or bind together. A unit is also what you knit, because we build in order to become one as a unit or unite. Can't get nothing past the wordsmith. Listen, certain people. I'm waiting for He Kareem. I got a new name for He Kareem. After we got off the live yesterday, I realized something about He Kareem. Where I was like, you know something? I got a new name for He Kareem. I'm putting him in the crew with the wordsmith and the mathematician. Yeah, where the mathematician at? Ain't see King Shy yet today. Joseph said, God is the unit. The family will follow. Even when your earth and fruit act like they're not paying attention, they are. The sun always shines. The knowledge is a lie. You know what happened too, right? If I see you walking down the street, I know what happened. But King said everything you go through is a world. That's I like the way he put that right there. That's what I've been attempting to say, but he put it in so much words. Everything you go through is a world. And that's why I'm explaining how the world that we exist on, yes, and I mean, and how we break that down will help us understand all these situations and circumstances that we going through. But Bud King said everything you go through is a world, and you have to be Lord and Master of all worlds. These are just different ciphers you have to go through to get the best part. Yeah, well, hey, listen, D Christian in the G building, taking all kinds of medicine. Listen, you hit that on the head right there, man. Asiatic forever. So for any of the new people, you know what I'm saying? Do we need to, does any of the new people still have a misunderstanding, that is, or you don't have a clear understanding of what a cipher is? In terms of understanding that, cipher is the arithmetic symbol. I mean, zero, pardon me, zero is the arithmetic symbol that we use to denote cipher. But zero and cipher is not the same thing. District 120 said everywhere is the cipher, though. The cipher may not be seen or understood. You still in it or around it, right? Because the cipher is, also circumstances. Yeah, one thing I seen recently though is you got the God Love came in. ciphers are for us to go through and not get caught up in. See how y'all do? Well, King said, question for the cipher. What is the unit followed by 18 ciphers and the one followed by 24 ciphers called? What comes before sextillion and after, and what comes before and after sextillion? Yeah, that's a good point right there. Do y'all understand, what sextillion is? Like, just in terms of arithmetically, you're dealing with these numbers. We deal with a lot of numbers. 3,680,196,940,000. You know what I'm saying? And we use mathematics in order to draw relationships between things. You know what I'm saying? This is half of that. It's 2 times that. Whatever it is, you live on 2122 7th Avenue, what it is. This is how we use number to draw the relationships between different things, but you got to know what those numbers is. You know what I'm saying? Like if I say, yo, look, you got to go from 6 to 8, you got to know that 8 is more than 6. So does everybody understand how they arrive at sextillion? The wordsmith should know this. Now, cipher is not 120 knowledge, 120 wisdom, 120 understanding. See, I got 360 degrees of knowledge, 360 degrees of wisdom, 360 degrees of understanding. See, every mathematics, everything you deal with got to be complete before you go on to the next thing. See, where that comes from is people saying that you got a knowledge 120, meaning you got to learn it. Then you got a wisdom 120, meaning you got to speak it. And then you understand 120 as in the lessons. But if you only got 120 degrees of knowledge, you're missing 240 of them. Every mathematics goes from knowledge to born in itself. Before it even, son, how you think I come on here every day, all the time, and talk every day? Because everything is completed. I go from knowledge to born forever, just on one. Just dealing with just that degree right there. We can stick in this degree right here. We can stick with just 6 sextillion times. And break it down all kinds of ways, because everything go from knowledge to born in itself. It sounds good when people say that. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, things got to go from knowledge to born. Because I give you an example. You know what I'm saying? I give you an example. You got man, woman, and child. Right? All right. SW got it correct. District 120. Right? SW hit that on the head too. That these comes from Latin, right? And so, a little arithmetic lesson here, right? They're all based on the way it goes. You would recognize it if, for instance, the brothers that might have a background in the Spanish country, right? You would recognize, right? Once you keep going up in the numbers, you have million, right? Then you got billion, which is 2, right? You got trillion, which is 3. Then there's quadrillion, right? Quad is 4. Then, as the brothers pointed out right here, you got quintillion, right? Quint is 5. Then you got sextillion. Sex in Latin is 6. And then you got septillion. Sept is 7. Like September was originally the 7th month before they put in July and August. You know what I'm saying? octillion, oct is 8, and 9,000,000. You know, to my knowledge, there is no zillion in real. There's no bazillion, but it could be, it could be some new math where they came up with something. Man, see,
it's 9 o'clock.
Asiatic mathematics. I told you, man, this is not, we can't bash, no bashing women this week. we, let's stay, we hoteping. We got to stay hotep. Christopher Gooden. Oh, hold on, let me check. Yeah, Bob King was saying, don't just limit yourself to knowing what sextillion is just because that's the one mentioned in the lesson. Yeah, see, like for me, I don't know about y'all, you know what I'm saying? But when I first got the knowledge, I had never heard of sextillion. So when it said a unit followed by 21 ciphers, at first, I took it on face value until I got around to wondering, like, yeah, what is a sextillion? Like, does that really exist? Because I had never, I think I had heard of a quadrillion before, but like once or twice. You know what I'm saying? But we used to hearing billions and trillions on the news. You know what I'm saying? Or you might hear something about, some outer space, it's billions of miles away. Joseph said, I just looked up Google the other day. That's a number followed by 100 ciphers. That's what a zillion is? A zillion is 100 ciphers? Now it can't be 100 though. It's gotta be divisible by 3. So it's gotta be 99 ciphers. Ja King. It's been a minute since we've seen Ja. So you called a number and the people couldn't understand you. Listen, you got to keep calling until you get through, and just tell them you need help. That's what they do. I'm not touching your comments, Asiatic mathematics. You're not gonna stop my hotep flow. Crucifix said, think of how many things in 120 were taken on face value until the internet made it convenient to get Oh man. Yeah, no doubt, Bob King. Yeah. Yeah, all those months, uh October and November as well. November is supposed to be 9. Okay, here we go. The mathematicians is here. Wait, 99 ciphers is a duo trigintillion. Yeah, because uh if it's not divisible by 3, then it's gonna be 10, whatever it is. You know what I'm saying? It'd be like, say if you got a unit followed by 10 ciphers, right? Then that's 10 billion. It's not a trillion. You understand what I mean? In order for you to go to the next highest, in order for you to go to the next highest uh prefix or whatever they call it there, in order for you to go to the next highest place value, you need 3 zeros. A zeta quintillion is a unit followed by 48 ciphers. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, yeah, definitely. Asiatic mathematics wants everyone to know that he loves the ladies. Oh yeah, let me check this thing right here, man. See what happened. They over there trying to get me to put my tax money in there. Yeah, I got it. I got it, magnetic. So I'm gonna complete your order and send your order in, and when I get off of here. 793rd said, heard a God bill on the understanding degree in the 1 to 14 with the exact square inches being 790. What is this? 790 quadrillion, 613 trillion, 584 billion, 824 million square inches on the planet. Quintadecillion is 48 ciphers. Yeah, right. I need the address in the email so you can get the what you call that? The tracking number whenever they send it. Yeah, that's something that's very I don't know. Yeah, I did know about that. I did know that there was a number called a Google bar king. I don't know what the definition of it is, how many ciphers, but I did hear about a Google. Um, yeah, that's something peculiar. I don't know, but listen, I still ain't changed mine. Like I know this number right here. I don't know it in my mind. The 790 quadrillion and all that. You know what I'm saying? You know, I still got 12,478,000,000. 478,118,400,000 inches. Now when I deal with the understanding, I know that was a miscalculation, but I'm just saying that I ain't changed my lessons, and I ain't going to change it. See, District 120. I told y'all, listen, we only have a short period of time. Yeah, I think that's what I heard about it too, Bar King. That the Google is the largest number with a name. You said the flag shirts. What flag shirts? I don't sell any shirts with the flag on it. But yeah, to me, that's something that I personally, the ones you get at the rally, nah, I don't sell none with the flag on it. I'm not a flag dealer. Yeah, somebody at the school probably know. I can speak to Divine. I can speak to Divine for you, and he probably got access to some of them. But just in general, for me, the flag, I don't really like people who selling it. You know what I'm saying? It's not something that I'm gonna, roll up on somebody over. But once you do that, then it's a commercial item. And then you get to the point of, you know what I'm saying? Now it becomes, you know what I'm saying, is what if you really need that money? What if you really need that money? You know what I'm saying? And the person is not qualified. You know what I'm saying? Because see, that's what I seen that happening, man. I seen it. I've had to take flags from people. Like I'm talking about, listen, they just got it. You walk from that room to this room, and now you ain't got it no more. Because I know you didn't examine this person, because I know the person, and I know they're not qualified. So that's what ends up happening, man. Anytime, you dealing with capitalism, you know what I'm saying, and capitalism becomes the motive. That's the issue with capitalism. That anytime you're dealing with capitalism, it's very hard to guarantee that the right thing is gonna happen. You can guarantee that the most profitable thing is gonna happen, but you can't guarantee that the right thing is gonna happen. But going back to what I was saying though, um, when it comes to the actual facts, that's actually my way of that's one of my ways of kind of knowing when you got the knowledge. Kind of weird too. Like if you got 11 actual facts, right? Then I know kind of where and when you got the knowledge. You know what I'm saying? If you got 11 actual facts, right? And then at the bottom of the actual facts, it says add on facts. And then it's the Arctic Ocean in the inches. Then I know about when and where you got the knowledge. You know what I'm saying? If you got 13 actual facts, I know about when and where you got the knowledge. You know what I'm saying? And if you got 790 quadrillion, then I know you got it a little bit. You know what I'm saying? You like from the 90s on. Yeah, see, SW said he got 11. And then where it got the asterisk there and it says add on, right? See, back in the days, that was another thing that we used to do. We used to have, we was familiar with all the different sets of lessons. Yeah, but Magnetic is saying in his time he had to qualify for the flag, but that's what happens when it becomes a commercial item. When it becomes a commercial item, then you can't really, you know what I'm saying? Like when people when anytime, man, somebody's making a living off of something, you know, it's look, the sky's the limit, man. You know what I'm saying? Sky's the limit, man. And just in general, you make it a mundane thing. You know what I'm saying? To where, you know, is certain things, like that's what copywriting is for. See, if you got something that's supposed to symbolize something, you can't let it be symbolizing other things. District 120 said he got 11 from our Father and 13 from Allah Z. Yeah, but see, I know the history of it. You know what I'm saying? In terms of why I got 13. That's the main thing. You know what I'm saying? You got to know why you got it, how you got it. And what that includes is you're gonna have to learn your history. You know what I'm saying? Like Bar King was saying, you know what I'm saying? All those people and all those events that came, you know what I'm saying, before you got the knowledge in that line that goes straight back to Allah. Yeah, the NOI, they got a lot more actual facts. They got I seen like islands and all types of stuff. I'm not too familiar with they set up, whatever they got going on. So everybody is we have any other questions on that degree, in particular the 6 sextillion tons, or any of the newer people, you know what I'm saying, that may not be on the 140, because we've been, on the 140 all week. So if there's any brothers out there who uh has something in mind that they wanted to ask before we move on to other topics, or is everyone still clear? Everyone is clear on what a cipher is too. I want to make sure of that too. You know what I'm saying? And why, your knowledge needs to add a cipher more so than you adding your knowledge on to the cipher. See, because if you added your knowledge on to the cipher, that means the cipher existed first. But supreme mathematics is about you taking knowledge to born. Original Bar King, so I was going to ask a 5% trivia question about who added those two actual facts but decided to leave it alone. Yeah, I mean, there's some whole stories behind that. That's like a whole other video right there we could go into. The number. Oh, matter of fact, hold on. I didn't recall that. See, I gotta get used to all this new technology. I don't know what's wrong with me. I'm supposed to put this in here from the beginning. That's the link right there. To come on the live. But yeah, the number, like I said, right now, my phone, my computer has been moving slowly. So you could try the number. You could try the number 929-336-4222. But you can hit the link right there. But I don't know what's going on with the number right now because but that's for anybody right there. I got some stuff lined up. Like I said, tomorrow I'm not coming on. I'm gonna let Sunez do what he do. But um I'm gonna be filming. I'm gonna be taping some stuff. I'm gonna see who I can get in touch with, man, and get some good footage. Maybe some stuff from some other cities and everything. Justice said, "What is the significance of tons as a standard of measurement in that lesson?" Hold on. Let's get to the phone real quick. Let's see. Divine Truth. Peace. Let's see if we get.
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system.
Yeah.
9782.
You know how to answer. But wait. Technology is crazy now, man. I went from peace. Oh man. Peace. You gotta turn something off.
Peace, God.
Peace. What's the deal?
Peace, God.
What's the deal?
Ain't nothing much, God. Just here at the rest, maintaining. Yeah, I just wanted to add on.
You gotta turn your computer down.
Can you hear me better, God?
Yeah.
All right, cool. So I just wanted to add on. Peace. Hello, Magnetic. Lawrence, Massachusetts. We call Lawrence Libya, Mass. It's 30 minutes south of Boston, Mass, which is Black Medina. Wanted to add on to the quality degree today. Today's degree says was the total weight of our planet, 6 exillion tons. The unit call about 21 seconds. Hold on, that's just dealing like, you know what I'm saying, like, you know, how I look at it is like basically we're dealing with the wisdom and shit, yo. When you grab it, when you first grab it, you like, you know, trying to draw, you know, when you add it on and like for her to draw information, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, boom, just deal with it. Like, you know, like a lot of people will sit there, meet up with a shorty, automatically try to get into the power you. You know what I'm saying? When instead of doing that, they should be on some, all right, cool, let me deal with equality and give her this knowledge. You know what I'm saying? Once she's like back with knowledge, then deal with the sex. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
The trillion, you know what I'm saying? Basically, it goes towards like, when you're growing like crops on land, you know what I'm saying? Before you grow, what do? You till the ground. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Can you hear me, God?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like you till the ground, you know what I'm saying? Like, so you can make it further for you to go in, man. You know what I'm saying? Now, after you deal with the equality, then you deal with the sex. You know what I'm saying? Boom. Everything is great. You know what I'm saying? Because relationship, everything turns out right. But if you lead the show, you deal with the sex at first, you know what I'm saying? Then you deal with the equality. That's the wisdom knowledge cycle, or the 21 cycles that you talk about. That's how I draw it. You know what I'm saying? Because you're dealing with wisdom before the knowledge. You know what I'm saying? And if you deal with wisdom before knowledge, eventually proper understanding. Peace. That's all.
Yeah. See, it really becomes the most important when babies is involved. Because remember the planet, she born understanding. You see what I'm saying? So like you said, if you got the knowledge before wisdom, right, then that reflects in the understanding.
Right.
But if you're dealing with the wisdom before the knowledge, then that reflects
it always come fucked up.
You understand what I'm saying? So that's when it really becomes important, when you plant a seed. You know, if you plant a seed in her stomach before you plant a seed in her head.
That's not a good idea, though. You know what I'm saying? I mean,
right.
It's what it is. It happens, but just because it happened don't make it a good idea. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's
you had the baby before the knowledge. You know what I'm saying? It's just where you get the F you, this, that, blah, blah. I want to listen to this. I don't have to do that. Your mama ain't shit. Your daddy ain't shit. Your brother ain't shit. And all that shit. You know how it goes.
Yeah, but see, like I said, when this series started, though, you know what I'm saying? The queen is knowledge God. You know what I'm saying? The earth, right, means she bears seeds. So see, regardless to if she got the knowledge or not, once you give her seeds, she's your earth. But see, because you didn't give her the knowledge of the culture, right? She's still just 24,896. She's not 25,000. So she's close, but she don't have the real knowledge and the culture how to activate and deal with the babies, because she's still just 24,896 and not the 25,000 that the original man who does everything right and exact bases history on.
Peace.
Peace.
All right, God, I'm going to let you go and do your thing. Back to your thing. I'm going to just do the knowledge from the background.
All right, no doubt.
Peace to the family. Peace to the family.
Peace. Got a little call in. And what happened? Somebody came in the video chat for a minute. And then I don't know what happened to him. But yeah, hit that back and we get back in. But what the brother asked, what is the significance of tons? I don't understand. What do you mean? What does it mean? A ton is 2,000 pounds. So we know what, in terms of mathematically, that's 23, right? And I'm sure, some of the scholars in the room right here is just waiting. Some of the scholars right here is just waiting to drop a couple jewels on that mathematics right there. Omega was I seen Omega a couple months ago. I talked to him, Omega, on Instagram. What's going on with Master? You seen Master? Master that used to be with Omega. You still there, Justice Harrison? Master was your master's Dominican, I think though. Yeah, he used to be with Omega. So you see how that's, with a ton is 2,000 pounds. So 2,000 is a unit followed by 3 ciphers. So you got the 2 and the 3 ciphers, like the 23 million square miles of useful land. And that's what you're doing when you keep the unit in mind and you keep the 6 before the sex. And you plant a seed in her head before you plant a seed in her stomach, right? Then you're dealing with the best part. I'm saying, when the last time I haven't seen Master, man, I might not have seen Master since the 90s, man. Actually, I very, very early 2000s, if not the 90s. Clarity One. But yeah, where's Master? The last time I seen him, he was over there on Knowledge Bell Cipher. The folk dudes ran him from where? Oh, he in Florida. Yeah, a lot of people down in Florida now. I'm saying, where he encountered them at? Around his way? If anybody else got any questions before, soon they're gonna be up there. Yeah, nah, I didn't, in terms of however, when I started seeing him, he was a little bit back and forth. Amina, call that number. District 120 say he's looking to understand that again with the 2,000 pounds. Well, what part did you miss? I've been getting a good amount of people the last couple of days, man, but y'all stick with the each one teach one and hitting that like button for me. What? Child touching? Yeah, nah, I ain't know nothing about that. None of that, stuff happens. Stuff happens, y'all gotta let people know, y'all let people know way after the fact that this type of activity is going on. Now, I definitely don't know the half magnetic. How it connects. Because you got 23 and 23. You're saying how the 2,000 pounds, you got a unit, which is 2, followed by 3 ciphers, which is 3. Oh, I didn't know nothing about that. Was that the same ones that was here? I don't know. I know when I seen Master, he had a whole bunch of seeds, but I didn't know nothing about that. SW was adding on to what I was saying about the 23. The 23 is the useful land used by the original man, the woman, and the children. That's the 2 and the 3. You know what I'm saying? And you're dealing with the planet Earth, which is the woman who borns the understanding, which is the children. I don't know. When I seen Master had like a whole house full of kids. Like, if I'm not mistaken, when I had 3 kids, Master had like 5 or 6. And that was like the last. I haven't seen Master. Like my daughter that's in college now, I don't think I seen Master during her lifetime.
Some dudes is really fucking I'm on a moan today, bro. Now, this guy is doing like an album, right? So he paid me a certain amount of money each month, right? And I'm like, yeah, sure. Which beat do you want me to send you first after the first installment? He's like, oh, this one. Here's my email. I'm like, I'm sending you the fucking thing until I've got the money, bro. Yeah. Like, what?
Wait, what you said?
Man,
Yeah, he switched a lot there.
AGR sons.
He was sticks something for nothing.
Yeah. Well, like, come on.
I'm saying, what Kundalini got to do with them?
Just chilling. Yeah, John. The joint you mixing right now, that's
No, that's for Shatik.
okay.
He's a 5%.
Yeah, nah, that's after the time. That's after the time when I was here. That's definitely after that time. Because the Christ don't condone that kind of thing right there. You gotta turn your screen back down. You gotta turn your
Hold on.
yeah.
All right, cool. What does Kundalini got to do with it? His son, AGR, Long Gone Rule. You know what I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
His son caught a motherfucker skin beef charge up in Worcester.
Man.
It was right there. It was. You could Google his name up. AGR, Worcester, Massachusetts. His whole article will come up. They try to bash him in the music industry for that shit. They put it on the net, yo. So everybody can know he was out there touching them little kids and shit, yo. Girl was like, what, 14 years old? He was messing with. Whatever.
Well, you know, let's say allegedly. You know what I'm saying?
Allegedly, fuck that shit. He bled out,
Listen,
dude.
I gotta say allegedly. You know what I'm saying?
God, he bled out. Ain't no allegedly when you plea out. He's already registered as a sex offender.
Oh, he took a plea to the case.
Yeah, you take a plea because you don't think you can win.
I mean, you know.
Anytime I ever played out is because, all right, cool, I don't think I can beat this case. Let me just get the lesser motherfucking charge before I take the charge to trial and get hurt. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's definitely not the thing. That's definitely not something that you want to do right there. Man, that's crazy. But you know, I still leave it as a, you know, allegedly right now, you know what I'm saying, till he get a chance to speak, you know, because this is not just a regular conversation right here. You know what I'm saying? We on the internet in front of millions. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, I let you speak for yourself. You know what I'm saying? But in terms of me, you know what I'm saying, I will have to look into that. That's heavy. That's you know, we was just saying, man, you know, there's certain situations that's heavy. Yeah, that's heavy. Why don't you keep contacting me, man? You gotta call that number. So we back over here. Let's get back to the knowledge and wisdom. As W said, the original man, woman, and child, 1 plus 2 plus 3, also born equality. Yeah. As W said, it's all kinds of things in there. Yeah, once we start observing the mathematics, you know what I'm saying? I hope that's another lesson that's coming across right here. You know what I'm saying? Is that people like to say that, you know, 120 is kind of like a small set of facts. You know what I mean? That if you just studying 120, it's not going to take you into physics and chemistry and history and, you know, thousands of years back. And you know what I'm saying? Because if you just listening to the quotation and you're not really getting the understanding from it by taking it from the square mileage down to every square inch. If you're not doing that and you just taking it on the face value, then yeah, it's just a small set of facts, you know what I mean, that, you know, little kids could quote or whatever. And these other, you know, just based on just, you know, the amount of pages, a lot of people see other books as more important. But see, the reality is that all of these books is about who is God, who is the devil, and what happened when they interact on the planet Earth. That's what all of them is. It's all different stories that you know what I'm saying, whether they really happened or not, right? They contain knowledge in there that can be used as lessons in any time, in any place. You see what I'm saying? Like, you could just deal with a fact and say, you know, look, this person, they had to go to the hospital because they got burned. But see, the story behind how they got burned could enable you to avoid getting burned. Because see, when I was in the 85 world, they used to have a saying that even a fool could learn from his own mistakes. But it take a wise person to learn from someone else's mistakes. So you able to take that lesson, you know what I'm saying, and apply it over and over. This is why, you know what I'm saying, it was so, you know, for myself, you know what I'm saying, other people, was so important that we got the knowledge at a young age. You see what I'm saying? So that we could, you know, absorb the lessons that we was going to need to deal with in life. Because, you know, like Bart King was saying, you know, everything that we go through is a world. And we got to be able to analyze those worlds, break them down the way we breaking down these degrees right here. So see, for me, you know, these degrees is a little bit like the knowledge degree in the 1 to 10 for guys. You see, you know, guys is quick to ask each other that, well, what have you made? What universe are you God of? You understand what I mean? You're looking at the 1 to 10 as also a set of standards, where this is what God do. So see, when I see these degrees right here from 1 to 8, this is a set of standards. This is what the earth do. But we got to be able to tell what is the actual meaning in there and what's the lessons, right? So that they can apply it to right now. As W said, and it's applicable to daily life. That's something you need to know that's something you need to know appropriately via equality as it pertains to you and your responsibility. It's a heavy carry. Yeah. What's that guy's name in the guy in the Greek mythology? Atlas. The guy Atlas, he's upholding the weight of the planet. That's his responsibility. Cypher King came in. Cypher King said 120 touches on all the major sciences when you draw it up and do intense examination of the degrees. Yeah. You know, no matter how big the book is that you have, you know, you got to remember that knowledge is infinite. You know, but like I said, as you know, even with your common experience, everything that you're doing, like even in terms of me making these videos, you know, when I first started out, I was just doing whatever was the basic things. But then as time went on and I gained more knowledge, you know what I'm saying? And I added, you know, I kept adding on to my knowledge until it arrived to where it's at right now. But it's all still dealing with the same thing. But I'm just getting more into the details. So you get into the details of the 120, you know what I'm saying? It's going to take you into all these other sciences, but it's the same thing, you know, when you first go to science class or you first go to math class, you know what I'm saying? You know, as you grow older, some people is going to find that they more interested in biology than, say, physics. Or some people may notice that they more interested in, you know, literature than algebra. But all of that, when you first learn how to read, that's the basics. And then as you read more and more books, some people like books with information. That's easier for them to read books with, for some people, it's easier for them to read novels. But all these are the things that this is the growth and development of you as an individual. The facts ain't going to change. You growing, developing as an individual, like each one of us. You know what I'm saying? We learning the same supreme mathematics that they had in 1964. That's not changing. We're growing and developing as individuals. District 120 said the Bible is about the selective breeding process and mixing seeds. Yeah, that's that's mostly the Torah, I think. All in the Business said there's a lot of history in 120. For example, we found that Sultan Mehmed II cut the head off Vlad the Impaler and how he was 100% weak and wicked by killing 20,000 innocent people in the forest. Yeah. All these little things though, you know what I'm saying? That's the part you got to do. Like that's one thing I always saw in 120, right? Just in the symbols of 120, the 1, the 2, and the 0, right? You get the knowledge and wisdom from 120. But everything else that you need to complete that cipher comes from within you. You got to put in the work to understand it. You got to live it out. You got to maintain your freedom so that you can show your power. You understand what I'm saying? How you deal with equality is going to show and prove what kind of God you are. You're going to have to build or be destroyed to be born or not be born. All that you getting right there is the knowledge and wisdom. You got to complete that cipher though. But if you just stick right there and look, there's a lot in there. Just in the knowledge and wisdom. There's a lot in there right there. Even people that take it on face value can talk for a long time. But if you never take the time and go through those steps and stages to complete the cipher, then you like, yeah, this is limited. I got to go study some other science. Magnetic said, I always taught my fruit. 120 deals with every aspect of life. Original seed. What's going on? Divine understanding. While King says supreme mathematics is law and supreme alphabet is the language. 120 is science and history that can be drawn up even further into the heavens when applying supreme mathematics. 12 Jews is the rewards if you choose to deal with them. Yeah. And that's another very important too, where I keep telling y'all, and that's the key, is that, we had a brother, a lot of us probably met him, but, Dumar Wadi could tell you the story of Little Red Riding Hood in a way that Sean proved the black man is God. Little Red Riding Hood, Three Little Pigs, whatever it was. Whatever it is, you're going to be able to draw up whatever wisdom is there. It could be the desert of information. But see, even the wise man will go and observe, right? And even the wrong thing he would still be wise enough to realize that he just learned what not to do. And once you got supreme mathematics, literally, they could give me, you give me Dr. Seuss, man. You could give me the back of a box of cookies. I could read the ingredients on the box of cookies. And with supreme mathematics, I could get something out of that. You know what I'm saying? A lot of the things that we drawing up, some of the things that's there, like the different histories and the different sciences, that's not even getting to the supreme mathematics of really drawing it up yet. And then really making it walk and talk. See, the supreme mathematics is the ultimate science of showing and proving your knowledge. Because like I said, when you really know something, then you can make something with it. You can build with it. And that's how you make yourself born, by building. That's how you make yourself complete. The person can tell you they know anything. That's always the truest test. All right, let me see you do it. You know this right here? All right, show me. All in the business said Vlad the Impaler was nicknamed Dragon, which is like a snake of the grafted type. Savvy King said all those lessons touch on all these sciences, on all those sciences, and it's up to us to go in depth of each of those degrees and do extensive research. Yeah, that's, you know what I'm saying? That's what we've been doing. These last days, that's what I, hope would be the theme, because, when I first got the knowledge, I kind of sped through these degrees. You know what I'm saying? They just seem like, especially because, in my mind, I'm kind of focused in on the build degree. Because that's the big guy that's coming. So, these ones, I'm kind of just like, yeah, 7,926 miles. Like, dude, I just did the culture degree and the born degree. Like, I can learn all this here in one day. In fact, I did that. I learned the first 7 degrees in the 140. I learned all of them in one day. Because by that time, I had been used to But like when we was dealing with the 7,926 miles, one of the reasons I brought that up is because that's the only measurement in there that deals with more than the surface. See, it rained, hail, snow, and also had thunder above our heads. We see the sunlight and the stars and the moon and all that. But we don't see the core of the earth, what's going on down on the inside, until we deal with the 7,926 miles. What's that? Born King came in, Universal. The Christian says, Solomon said, even study the ants and you can learn a lesson from them. Lessons are all around to be drawn up. You just got to see it. Yeah. And see, that's when, when you get to, like I said, when you get to the the fullest of your understanding, you don't need paper. You don't need no lessons. Kind of similar to how the Kung Fu people, when they start making up the praying mantis and the tiger and all of this stuff, they just observing their surroundings and learning lessons. And when you see brothers building pyramids, all right, Amina, you better slow down, man. I told you to call those people and they can help you. You out of control. Wise came in. What's going on? Justice said, this is the meaning of supreme. Musadik said, if you God, prove it. Show me you God and Bill. Yeah. That's what anything. Let me tell you something. Even if right now, the you see a commercial or a news story where they say, well, look, we doing these experiments right now. We got some new.
It's 10 o'clock.
We got some new type of experiment, something we experimenting with. Until they build something with that technology, they really haven't understood it, my man. I'm telling you. See, first of all, listen, money talk and BS walk. Once people done put all this money into research and developing a technology, they got to use it. The same way how they say, listen, man, if they got some weapons that they've made in the army, they're gonna have to send some people someplace to use those. Anything what it is. And see, anytime, look, if somebody show you something or you learn something, right? And then what happens when you go to build something with it, when you go to use that knowledge, that's when you find out, oh, yeah, I didn't really learn this part or this aspect of it as well as I think I did. So I got to go back and, I got to go back and study because I don't really have enough knowledge to build with this and be born complete. So that's just something, anything somebody's telling you. What can you build with that? What can you show me what you can do with that? You know what I'm saying? In the regular world, what we call that? Credentials. You qualified or disqualified. See, I didn't qualify you or disqualified. You qualified or disqualified upon you demonstrating you got the knowledge to build and be born complete. I just am somebody who, if you try to, express your knowledge without, if you express your knowledge to me, yeah, I'm gonna make you build. But being born, that's up to you. District 120 said his power went out. You talking about the arrest? I got peace. What's going on? SW said ants can explain social equality. Yeah, ants, they got a very, if you ever I did a report on ants. Yeah, they got a very complex social structure. You know what I'm saying? And ant's nest is truly, a universe. You know what I'm saying? In and of itself. SW, so I'm using the batteries so they drain dead. But so we dealt with today's topic. We got any other questions going on? Any other topics? Anybody want to come into the to the stream and present some information? You know what I'm saying? I'm probably gonna go back to I got a couple of things I was watching. Oh man, we started out on a unit followed by 21 ciphers. You know what I'm saying? And just dealing with the fact that, when you're dealing with different endeavors, you know what I'm saying, in the world, the planet Earth being where we conduct all our endeavors, you know what I'm saying, because that's our home. You know, we always got to keep in mind to keep the knowledge first. See, a unit is one, and the one got to come before the 21, right? Putting the wisdom before the knowledge in the 21 ciphers. Because if you don't put the knowledge first, then the 21 ciphers will become death, hell, and destruction. That's where we started, and then we flowed into what order we flow into today? Oh yeah, we started out, but we gotta come back to that. My computer was a little bit malfunctioning, but yeah, I'm not liking it's getting the cops is getting very, very heavy handed with us here in New York. I think that topic needs to be, you know what I'm saying, when I got this type of forum right here, I think we need to, you know what I'm saying? Knowledge gotta be made born on that too, you know what I'm saying? You know, we can't just sit here in our world, you know, we saying we God, and the people, you know what I'm saying, that we saying is supposed to be looking for us for the truth and the answers for all that, you know, they receiving hard time, hunger, nakedness, and out the doors, and also beaten and killed while we sitting here advocating that we God, you know, that's not right either. So I'm gonna hopefully get my maybe I'm thinking I just gotta restart it, and then it should flow smoothly. But yeah, we're gonna have to make some knowledge born about what's going on with that situation. You know what I mean? Because that's another thing they do. They isolate us, and they isolate these situations. You know what I'm saying? Like even going back to you know, going back uh, the civil rights struggle. You know what I'm saying? You know, you know, one of the things, you know, that was being said was, you know, listen, you know, you Negroes from New York and Chicago and Detroit, stop coming down here making trouble. Like there ain't nothing to see here. What you coming down here for? Stop getting our Negroes down here hype. You know what I'm saying? So they isolate these situations, and then, you know, in these isolated situations, you know what I'm saying? You're not only a slave of a mental death, but you a slave of the powers that be in those small towns, in those, you know what I'm saying? That's what the older generation be worried about. When you hear them saying, yo, this person is gonna put us back, because they've been in them small towns. But see, like here in New York, you know what I'm saying, you know, ain't too much gonna change. Somebody that's straight KKK could become the president. New York is pretty much gonna be the same. But some of them small towns, if they ain't got nobody watching them, we see that the mentality and the attitudes is the same. Because of exactly what I'm saying, this stuff was going on right now. You know what I'm saying? But even more so, that situation what happened in Georgia with a brother, what's his name? Ahmad is his first name. Uh, uh, I can't even recall his last name. But the brother, the white dude, they chased him down, talking about they thought they recognized him from burglarizing their house or something, and they shot him in the street. You know, this is the same thing that, you know, happened to Emmett Till, where somebody thought they saw you in some, you know, Me Too, because, you know, at the end of the day, he's supposed to whistle that or something. So it's not even a sexual assault or nothing, but I'm just saying, you know, that the whole science. Yesterday when we was talking about that movie, Birth of a Nation, and how they portrayed that, black people was just on the loose, and they was ruining society and raping white women. You see what I'm saying? Which, so now you ride into the rescue. You understand what I'm saying? You got to take the law into your own hands and ride to the rescue, because these Negroes are so out of control, and these carpetbaggers from the North, they're supporting them. So when they, chase the brother down and do the exact same thing, you understand what I'm saying? That's, what's different? That the video of it was in color instead of black and white, like it would have been if it was Emmett Till. So if that mentality still exists, then yeah, you're gonna have people that's worried that, okay, if we don't have somebody on the state or the federal level, you know what I'm saying, that can keep these people in check, then we need to be afraid. But those are the type of things that, like when I say, people gotta hit rock bottom, because that's the thing. See, people ain't so hungry right now. You can say it's hard times, but you got the black aspirational classes trying to point out to you that you got the black middle class. See, nakedness, cats got their Jordans now. And whatever's the pants they wearing now, whatever's the style or whatever's the brands, they got that now. See, it's not out of doors, you know what I'm saying? This ain't the 70s. Cats is showing you, how they living in they subdivisions down in Atlanta now, and they gated communities. See, those to me, those are the parts, but see, we still being beaten and killed by the ones that advocate that kind of God, though. But apparently, that's not enough. That's not enough. You know how they say, a straw has to break the camel's back. Apparently, that straw ain't come out the box yet. D. Christian said, yeah, they looking bloodthirsty on that video. It seems like they are searching for the one straw to break the camel's back. See, we started to become one mind on here. I got said, I seen that as well. No regard or fear of repercussions, totally out of control. Yeah. And see, I'm gonna tell you something about that. That's strange. That I thought, two things. If you from New York City, then you know that de Blasio portrays himself as, very anti-police brutality, very anti, this tough policing or whatever. But I don't see him saying that. And what's even more peculiar, if you're from New York City, you know that the head of the police union is a dude named Pat Lynch. And Pat Lynch is just somebody that, look, hopefully YouTube understand that this is a figure of speech. But Pat Lynch is the type of person that make you want to choke him. Like every single one of these situations, whether it was a Kai Gurley that they shot in the hallway, he just was leaving the bill. He just left his girl's family's apartment and they went in the staircase to go downstairs. That's it. It wasn't no hanging out. And the officer supposed to be patrolling in the building. He got scared because he heard the door open and just shot. He didn't even see what he shot at. Killed the cop girl. Pat Lynch is the type of guy that come out and defend that cop. Pat Lynch is that guy that's defending the cops that choked out the guy on Staten Island. That's Pat Lynch. No matter what happens, Pat Lynch is the guy that's going to come out and say, those people are animals, and the cops, at worst, was just under too much pressure because they got to constantly deal with these animals. That's Pat Lynch. And even Pat Lynch is saying, yeah, see, the orders that you given to how to deal with this situation is too vague. You putting the officers on the spot, man. And we have to approach people with this crisis thing going on. I have never seen Pat Lynch on the side of the people. Now, see, all these things I told y'all of some while ago to stop telling me about conspiracy theories. But I'm telling you something that's real. If Pat Lynch is on the side of the people, something's going on. If Pat Lynch is saying, nah, we shouldn't be beating these people down, it's something y'all doing. That to me is one of the craziest things that occurred in this entire crisis. Like Pat Lynch is almost, listen, this is how bad Pat Lynch is. You almost like, nah, beat those niggas down. Just because you don't want to agree with Pat Lynch. You got somebody that they so horrible that even when they right, you like, I just don't want to agree with you. That's how Pat Lynch is. And he's on the side of the people. Joe Self said the police look like they trying to get a riot to pop off. I mean, is what it seems like to me, Joe Self. You know what I'm saying too. Like I said, I'm generally go with the conspiracy theories, but when I see you, showing up, because you got to look at that too. With a couple of these cases, it's like, yo, dude, y'all came. You know what I'm saying? Unfortunately, I got some experience with listen, they know who they coming for. They know when they coming. They know what they coming for. So when you look at the type of people, the officers that they sending out there and everything, you can see they sending the gung-ho cats out there. They want the people that's ready for that action, boss. They sending the smoke squad out there. But yeah, Joseph, that situation with the brother Ahmad, you know what I'm saying? Born King was saying, too, that was a lynching. He was jogging. Yeah, he was just jogging, man. And the way it happened so quick. I don't even know if he, I think it looked like he was just running and he ran around the car and then the dude already had pulled out. So then he, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, that was crazy. The one that I had to say was crazier than that one though was the one that happened. I want to say that was in Georgia, where the dude was running and the police shot him in his back, and then took the gun and put it by the dude. Now that was the most diabolical one I saw. And I seen a lot of them. That one was diabolical. Yeah, Jackson, we've been all over again today, man. These last couple of ones, I think it's this new program. Must be the new program. These last ones have been good. Yeah, D Christian, we was talking about that. That the lady who accused Emmett Till actually admitted that she lied. But we were speaking on that just in terms of in general, how we would speak. You know what? Let's not go into that because then we might get into some woman bashing, and we know that this is Hotep week, so we'll save that. But yeah, just in general, let's just say, white women have given the order for a lot of brothers to get lynched. A lot of those brothers that got lynched, it was on their word. Cypher King. Oh yeah. YouTube is funny too. They do that. They let some people comment. They don't like Queen Mecca. They take like 60% of her comments off. I got said Trayvon Martin situation, same thing. What makes a citizen overstep their bounds? Yeah, because they have that mentality. You know what I'm saying? And just in general, especially when it comes to, because people were saying that this dude, I they was officers. I heard that the one dude was he was an investigator. He was an investigator for the district attorney. You know what I'm saying? So like I was saying yesterday, that says two things to me. One is, so this ain't the first brother whose life you had in your hands. Whose destiny you had in your hands, and we see what your mentality and your attitude is. So how many times did they send you out there just the same way you thought this dude did it, and you thought he was enough of an animal for y'all to go out there and shoot him like that? How many brothers did you thought was guilty? I don't know if Georgia got the death penalty, but every state got life, and they in there serving that because of you. Because they have a mentality that we got a place and those people got a place. And that ain't the same. It ain't the same place. They don't belong where we at. Indy Red, what's going on? Whose last name? Hold on. Let me catch back up. See, I got me on a rant right there where I start running my mouth. Born King said, we are at war everywhere we go. New York, Georgia, Michigan, China, etc. There are no laws to protect the original people anywhere we go. Divine Understanding said that's shallow freedom. Divine Understanding said that's shallow freedom with no foundation until they hit rock bottom. Yeah. And to me, that's where, apparently the hunger, the nakedness, and the out of doors has to be added to the being beaten and killed, in order for people to, even look for some other form of relief. You know what I'm saying? Some other form of aid, other than liking the devil because the devil gives them nothing. For them to even, consider that maybe, they need to start looking for a more true path. They're going to have to hit rock bottom. 793rd said they're searching for that straw. Born you truth, will, and can find it. Sadiq said that's something white people do, especially white supremacists. They have no fear of the law because the law is going to ride with them. Yeah, at the end of the day, they're, part of the commercial interests that, when we was discussing the other day about how it was the commercial interests that pretty much supported the police, to protect their private property. You know what I'm saying? So, for instance, like I was telling the brother, look, if you ever was in a place, right, where it's a whole bunch of private homeowners, right, as opposed to, say, you in the projects. And let's say some people call, right, and they say, yo, look, it's a problem going on in that house. The whole way they approach your apartment, the whole way they knock on your door and all of that and what they expect to happen, whether they standing with their hands on their side or whether they standing with their hands on their gun, is all based on, okay, are these people taxpayers? Are they homeowners? Are they people? See, if you're from the project, you're not going to be able to call the precinct and get nothing happen to them. So like the brother said, there's no repercussions. And when you're dealing with the political science, if there's no repercussions to you not getting your cut, you ain't going to get your cut. And it's not an American thing. That's why the Palestinians, there's nothing they can do. There's not even oil over there. So it ain't even no pipelines they could try to disrupt or nothing. There's no consequence except to them, it being on the news and, you say certain people's name and you talk bad about them, but they don't care or they wouldn't be in politics. Joseph said there's too many complacent people in the devil society. People happy with their big screens, iPhones, videos. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's exactly like all of this stuff gotta be taken away, man. Like I wonder. I'm not saying that, this is definitely how it would go down, but would people react differently if they didn't have cell phones to film? Like, what would they do then? If you didn't even have a cell phone to film. See, just the fact that you got this high-powered cell phone, and you see the brothers who fought for civil rights, Harriet Tubman, they didn't have that. So now you getting some benefit from your oppression. So you ain't interested in ending it. You just interested in adjusting it so you get a little more. Cypher King said, just to add on, 120 touching on many sciences, but it's up to each individual to do extensive study of our lessons. SW, yeah, the situation with what was the brother I said his name again? Akai Gurley. Yeah, that was in the pink houses out in Brooklyn. Cypher King said 120 touches on everything in the sciences of life, from geometry dealing with a circumference to biology separating the black germ from the brown germ, to meteorology, what makes rain, hailstorm, earthquake, to geography, lakes and rivers, hills and mountains, to astronomy, dealing with the great year, 25,000, a year to every mile, and solar facts. Oh yeah, D. Christian said got the perfect name to fit his character. Yeah, Pat Lynch, good old Pat Lynch. I'm telling you, man. No matter what, if the police hurt a brother, Pat Lynch is one of the first people holding a press conference. You know, telling you that the person had a jail record. You know what I'm saying? You know, the person was on a block where somebody sold a dime 3 years ago. That's good old Pat Lynch for you. Born King said de Blasio is a Democratic tool being used by the racist Democrat. He's got the black wife and family, but does nothing to protect black. I mean, nothing to protect black people. You know, I don't even think he's a tool. You know what I'm saying? I think that you know, there's just a very diabolical element to the Democratic Party that's not understood because they come bearing gifts. You know what I'm saying? And so, you know, me as a person that you know, I'm not on either side, or you know, I find a lot of times you might have people they you know might accuse me of reporting of supporting the Republicans only because you know I point out what the Democrats is doing too. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't have a dog in that fight. You know what I'm saying? Like when people say, you know, what's so bad about Trump? I mean, look, it's not that I support Trump, but Hillary Clinton is worse. Like with Trump, you could tell me about what he might do. With Hillary Clinton, we know what she has done. I don't care what your name is. So that's one thing I realized, man, if I first got the knowledge, man, and I started seeing what was going on with who is God and who is devil, I started realizing that anybody try to destroy me is the devil. I don't care who you are, I don't care what your name is, I don't care what your color is. $7.93 said the YouTube series Project Heat displayed that in their first episode since members are from pink houses. I ain't too up on the web series. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, Pat Lynch, I suppose that is a good name for him. Yeah, that definitely was a modern day lynching. Um, you know, uh, you know, just even that, you know, the terminologies, you know what I'm saying? Like the way things is portrayed now, you know what I'm saying? You know, it was a police arrest, you know what I'm saying? Whatever, you know, the language that we use and what we call it, you know what I'm saying? You know, just like even just now, you know what I mean? When Joe Self said the word riot, you know what I'm saying? Incite a riot, you know, even that's a certain way of looking at things. If somebody fights them back right now, that's not a riot. That's a revolt. People are revolting against injustice from the government. Successful revolt is a revolution. Joseph said all you need is civil unrest in 5 cities at the same time. The troops are already in place. What's the science with that? Like if it's civil unrest in 5 cities at the same time, is that some type of threshold for them to be able to do something? D. Christian said that's the officers that was picked on in school ain't get no girls and decided to get a badge for payback. Yeah, there are some of them. on their force. There's definitely a contingent of cats on the force about that, like that. Born King said that was in South Carolina with Popo tampering with the gun. Yeah. What that was? Charleston, right? Yeah, that was Charleston. That was diabolical. Where it was like, yo, I mean, we probably all would have fell for that. Think about that. We probably all would have fell for that. Yeah, he found him with the gun right there. I mean, there's those of us that just we don't trust what the police say. But that would have put a shadow of a doubt in everybody's mind. Because oh yeah, that was crazy last night, 783rd. D. Christian said now brothers willingly running to Becky to get lynched. Hey man. Guess that's how they like it. Yeah, that's another thing. They be on steroids, man.
Coked and all that.
Yeah, they be. Yeah, it's a lot of drugs in that police house, man. Like, what was my man named too? The dude that was the bodybuilder, the black guy. He won the most times out of everybody. He used to be a cop. Yeah, but I'm just saying though, when he walks in, clearly he's on steroids.
Looking crazy. I know what you're talking about.
Look, it's illegal, son. Why y'all ain't arrested him? That's why I said this is a misnomer of the term good cop. Like, dude, you work with criminals. You ain't arrest not one of them. What you good at? What's the good? I said you a good basketball player, but you can't make no shots. Born King said cops using social distancing laws as an excuse to provoke black people so they can terrorize us. God Light came in. The chief said they don't deserve the same liberties. Jasim said, have you ever seen those pillars in front of buildings? Why do they put those there? By pillars, I mean little ones right in front of the doors. I mean, that's some Greek and Roman stuff to my knowledge. Morgan King said pillars are an ancient Egyptian architectural structure. Yeah, the pillar, the arch. These is like the first things that Europeans mastered in building from coming amongst the original man. Everybody do the each one teach one and hit the like button for me if you haven't hit it yet, so that the good word can get out. Born King says cell phones don't matter. The devils are terrorizing. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? But, that seems to be the ubiquitous thing. Like remember back in the day, that's how it used to be. Like you would hear two people had a fight, and then you had to ask around, like, what happened? You know what I'm saying? See, now, every fight is televised now, even with rappers. Back in the days, you used to hear that a rapper got his chain snatched. And now It's on Instagram. You know what I'm saying? Peace came in. The Christian said the cell phone is a means of vicariously doing the work when in actuality is being a bystander in that instance. Yeah. You know, actually being a spectator, I think a spectator is a little worse than a bystander. Kip Sylvester said, now you hit on something. The cell phone camera has been a useful tool to reveal the activities of these police. It's revealed it. You know what I'm saying? But it's also, and this is something I think is a flaw that I've seen with people, especially people that got knowledge. You know what I'm saying? And beware of this. Beware of this, man. Everybody that's listening to this. Is that sometimes because we understand the problem and we can articulate it, we think that we've solved the problem. You know what I mean? Or somehow we've mastered it, like somehow there's not another step beyond us understanding the problem. You know what I'm saying? Like if right now we saying that original people, we in a certain condition here in the West North America, and then you could break it all down about the Roman empires and his empires and the slave trades and all this stuff, and Jim Crow and redlining and all this, and you could break all that down, but then you never get to the solution stage. You know what I'm saying? Solutions in terms of ideas and solutions in terms of action. Actually doing something. Mr. Dynamite said down here in South Carolina last year, they charged a white guy for slavery in Myrtle Beach. I heard about that, Mr. Dynamite. This was a bugged out situation. This was a guy, right? The black guy was like mildly retarded or something like that, or emotionally disturbed somehow, right? And his family had got him a job at this restaurant. You know what I'm saying? But the people who first owned the restaurant when his family got him the job there, right? The people who first owned it, they passed away. And the restaurant passed on to somebody else in their family, you know what I'm saying, a nephew or something. And so the nephew tells the dude that's mildly disturbed, yo, listen, I'm gonna build you a place to rest here in the back of the restaurant. And then so once he had him isolated like that, yeah, he just had him working and they wasn't paying him or nothing. And it got to the point where it was so bad that the other white people was like, yo, this is wrong. And they ended up reporting him. But it was something that was going on for a long time. Where it's like, yo, okay, you reported it. But first you let it go on for a couple years. You know what I'm saying?
Like they don't know what was going on.
Yeah. But I heard about that situation, Mr. Dynamite. That was crazy too. I read the article on that. Born King said Democrats don't bear gifts, they have empty promises. But see, some people they love the promises. Mm-hmm. Some people love the promises. You know what I mean? See, we have, a lot of philosophers. See, I'm not a philosopher. See, a philosopher is a lover of wisdom. That's what the word means. Where's Asiatic mathematics? We get the wordsmith in here. When you a lover of the wisdom, that's what they do. They sit around and talk. You ain't never heard a philosopher being the leader of nothing. Joseph said we have to agree on something. Either we all vote or we don't. Until then, we're gonna keep going. Yeah, that's another science right there. I don't too much get into the political discussions with people because I'm generally not political. And so, like you said, that always is gonna come up. Well, you don't even vote, so you can't say anything because you don't even vote. So I don't a lot of times get into those conversations. You understand what I'm saying? But look, it's an actual fact that within Congress, the abstention from voting, it says something. You know, when people resign and protest, that means something. And it's the actual fact that the legitimacy of the election is because the people accept it. But they will have a hard time, you know, using words like they have a mandate if you got whole sections of the population that have abstained in protests. That this is what you give us? Trump and Hillary? No. We abstain in protest. See, that's why they have that number. That's why they have that number where they say, okay, what's the percentage of the electorate that voted? Because below a certain percentage, you don't have a real sovereign, you know, the people haven't granted you their sovereignty. Joe Self said, yeah, that's when you see martial law at 4/4s. All this stuff is a way to herd the people like you herd sheep. See, now all the laws in place, troops been called up. Yeah, I mean, but they had called the troops up like at the very beginning. I remember like in March, it was already boots on the ground in New York. Yeah, Ronnie Coleman, that's a dude. You know, Ronnie Coleman, you standing up in the precinct. You got all these illegal drugs you taking, and not one police ain't said nothing to you. Not one police ain't said nothing to you, but they want me to believe they good cops. Good at what? Good at adjusting your badge so that it's straight. All in the business said we are the only reason they work out. Every time they pump iron, they envision killing a black man. The gym is filled with racism. Yeah, the gym is one of the spots where I had to admit people mostly stick to their own. People stick to their own in the gym, man. But yeah, that's what, you know, like I said, that's what they do. You know what I'm saying? You know, once they show you the picture of these predators, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, who remembers years ago when they started putting those stories out in order to take the weights out of jail? They went into the jails and they showed these stories, you know what I'm saying, where they showed these dudes, you know what I'm saying? And it was a situation like, yo, look, oh, what's this? This is from the day?
Please stop getting me. Please stop getting me. Please stop getting me. I'm on 67 in Michigan. I just walked through my fucking.
When is this? What's 62nd in Michigan? This is posted 1 hour ago?
I'm not even sure.
Yeah, this is.
What'd you say? Fuck you.
Oh man.
What street is it? I'm gonna park this motherfucker to get the fuck out. Okay, what's this, Michigan and what?
I was just watching something on
62nd in Michigan?
Instagram. Apparently the cops have shot another brother now. I don't know what the whole situation is, but it looks like this was posted an hour ago on what's that?
Send it to you.
Instagram?
Yeah.
Man, it's getting crazy, man. Carte blanche. But yeah, though, getting back to what I was saying is that they came out with all these stories about dudes that they was like drug addicts. And you know how I go. They went and got locked up, and now they showing them they benching 400 or 500 pounds. And so now they got the cops saying, that the corrections system, is building up these super criminals. And now when these super criminals get out to the street, they can't deal with them. So this was one of the things that they used when they wanted to pull back on, whatever few benefits they give brothers in there. You know what I'm saying? The education, everything. They was like, yo, So yeah, that definitely was an aspect that we seen here in New York. You know what I'm saying? Where they came in with a lot more people that was about that action. You know what I'm saying? And they started roiding up. Paul King said anybody who work out at any serious gym has probably seen them roided up cops, seen one in there one day bragging about manhandling somebody. Yeah, absolutely. When you go to the gym or just in general, when you're walking around, man, you know what I'm saying, and you see those dudes that's juiced up, yeah, man, absolutely. You said, who's this King Shooter? Born King said, what happened to King Shooter? Who's that? Is that a person? Because these people, they got these kind of names, or do you mean the guy that shot Martin Luther King? Josh Sim said we should have a knowledge of target hardening and apply that to ourselves since we are targets. I mean, the spooks that sat by the door, you know what I'm saying? Because, being a spook that sat by the door, that's something that's an ultimate decision of you. Like, you got to turn yourself into that by coming back and spreading that knowledge with your people of what's going on over there that's actually detrimental to us. You understand what I'm saying? So, the people who got that type of knowledge and those type of tactics, like when you look at a lot of revolutions, a lot of revolts that's very successful, they come from people that was at one time in the military that they fighting against. Like George Washington was in the British military. What's that dude from back in the days? They made a movie about him. I mean, they had one of these TV series about him. Spartacus. Spartacus was in the Roman army. So, those spooks that sat by the door, they got to holler. All of the business. Yeah, that's how the gymnasium started, all of the business. Who's SW said cirrhosis, liver failure? Who's King Shooter? Oh, Mr. Dynamite, you hadn't heard the whole story of what happened? Yeah, I read into that. As soon as I saw that, I had to when I saw that headline, I had to read that. Yeah, that was the the backstory behind what was going on with that case. King said, saw a video yesterday of an African brother getting whipped for being late at a Chinese restaurant he worked at. Whoa. In China, that's whoa. Born King said there's power in holding your vote. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Abstaining is, that's a voting strategy, man. Peace said good couch is good at being the devil. Infinite satisfaction. Now, the last I remember a segment on YouTube about all of these government caskets that can hold more than one body down in Georgia. Process is, if we're not focusing on these things when they're not in the spotlight, we always going to be reactionary. Precisely. And that's my point, that we talk about it and we have all this dialogue, and then it's like, oh, well, we in a better place because we talked about it. And so then ultimately these things, it's not even building up, even because, see, adding on to what you're saying right there, process is that when we keep forgetting about it, then we turn each one of them into an isolated incident. And that's what they like to keep saying. These are isolated incidents. But how many isolated incidents do one need to make a pattern? If you have something like, remember when it was maybe about a year and a half ago, where it was about a 2-month span where they was killing somebody every week. It was like every third day you was hearing about, some brother getting shot when he shouldn't have. And that's what happens, man. Like I said, when we feel that our understanding, our ability to analyze the problem is somehow, putting us above it. Jasim point out something very good right here, that Toussaint L'Ouverture was also in the French military. You know what I'm saying? That's a common thing, that the revolution comes from people who was a part of the establishment and they become spooks that sat by the door. King Shooter was a QBMC. Oh, all right. No, I didn't even. I gotta check him out. He returned to the Essence. Man, how old was he? D. Christian said, "Is it a means to divert the fear for back to cops, since so many people are not necessarily taking the crisis as serious as they would like?" I think it's just an opportunity. It's an opportunity to bust some heads. Like, it's just one of those situations where, like somebody got something that they want to do, and then the button got pressed that, look, you free to do that. You know what I'm saying? It's like when a substitute teacher come into class, and we didn't know it was going to be a substitute teacher. But now that we know it's a substitute teacher, we about to get it in. Jasim said, I just like to say that these cats get paid to work 8 hours a day, every day, to know about you, target you, control you, and kill you. Well, that's this is why there's an academy, so that they can get the brightest and the best to do that, Jasim. We need a police academy in order to weed out the righteous people. Jasim said, if you think talking about things and getting mad after every shooting ain't doing nothing, if you're not training like you at war, well, I mean, this is what's been happening. You know what I'm saying? And this is why I said I don't like the whitewashing of things. I don't like them taking away the monuments and the what's the names and all that. You know what I'm saying? Because from what I understand, that was a big moment in terms of Emmett Till's mom's leaving the casket open. From what I understand, that was a big moment, you know what I'm saying, for white and black people.
It's 11 o'clock.
You know what I'm saying? So Emmett Till became the straw that broke the camel's back because, you know, his mom was like, nah, I want everybody to see what happened. Like, we ain't sweeping this under the rug. You know, y'all ain't gonna isolate this situation and tell those northern Negroes to go home and stop making trouble. You see what I'm saying? So you know, that's
I'm about there.
that's my point of view on it. Process says systematic
These
oppression
vocals ain't recording great.
is best met
It's always difficult.
with a systematic response.
Sure.
That's a high powered thought right there. You know, that's a point. This is a point that I make a lot. You know, when I'm dealing with, you know, cause see in New York, you know, brothers that's in LA or you in Vegas, you know, you in one of these big cities. You know what I'm saying? You encounter a certain kind of Caucasian that is more, you know, they not, you know, raised amongst the Ku Klux Klan and things of that nature. You see what I'm saying? And for a lot of them, you know, for this, you know, we all the same, and you know, we shouldn't make it a color thing, and we shouldn't make it a this thing and a that thing. You know, you know, that's something that I try to get across to them. Where they say, you know, well, why do black people have to separate themselves and you know, why does everything have to be about that? And it's like, yo, that's the only time we had a systematic thing that we did, you know, that, you know, made some progress for us. So, you know, why abandon it? Because that appears to be, you know, one of the things that occurred. You know what I'm saying? Like after Reconstruction, they abandoned the ideas that they was building in, you know what I'm saying? And, you know, now you get to go along and get along, you know, NAACP type of people. You know what I'm saying? Or after civil rights, you know what I'm saying? We disband all of the organizations and you know, the system, just the whole way of life, you know what I'm saying? And then integration also did that too, you know what I'm saying? But we keep abandoning every system that has been successful. You know what I'm saying? Born King said Toussaint was more diplomatic and Dessalines was about the smoke, but the French turned on Toussaint and killed him. Yeah. Well, I thought they locked him up, right? They locked him up. But now Toussaint was in the military, but yeah, he, you know, see, he was fighting to improve the oppression. He's in it, you know what I'm saying? Like he was fighting at the end of the day, he still wanted to be accepted by them. So he ends up going to France on some diplomatic mission, like the guy is saying, got locked up, and then he ended up dying in jail. You know, and like he said, Dessalines was like, nah, beat it, son. Not rocking with them. What we fight for the island for to give it back? Jassim said, it hurts me to watch cats get beat down. You know, yeah, but, you know, certain aspects of things, like see those militia type people that they do their training, you might see them on camera. See, this is another thing what I'm saying about the camera, that we so busy doing that type of stuff that, even if we was training, somebody would send the film of it to Instagram. See, this goes back to what, remember a while back ago, I told y'all, man, neutrality is devilishment. This is why you got to get rid of the neutral people and the traitors before you get into what you're saying, Jasim. It at the very least has to be hand in hand. The Christian said people got to have one common cause in mind in order to have that unified response. Otherwise, it would be more traitors, agents, and Uncle Toms doing their devilishment. And at the time, at certain points, right now, and this has been seen, in almost every world. You know what I'm saying? Like, some of these situations, you ever see one of these criminal cases and it was more snitches than people facing the charge? Like, out of the whole unit of people that get arrested, before it'd be, a couple people snitch. But now you have more people snitch than actually go face the music. So, by the same token of saying that yeah, you have a movement and there's more traitors and infiltrators in the movement than it is sincere people. El Larry said, I experienced a black self-hating cop. I mean, you that's almost one of those redundant. That's almost redundant, El Larry. That's one of them things they have to make sure of. That's one of the things they're training into you in the academy. If we find out that you're some type of nigger lover, then we're not going to be giving you a diploma when this class in the academy graduates. Peace said, pictures is for those to see. Memory is for those around at the present time. But that's what everybody is into right now. If those things didn't exist, right? The Christian, they videotaping people getting hit by cars, drowning. All things where you could have stopped this with a pinky finger. You could have stopped this with a pinky finger. The first time I saw that, the very first time I saw that, and I remember, this was kind of crazy. It's a show that comes on like America's Funniest Home Videos or something, right? And it was a dude. He was a hunter and he was out hunting with his wife. And when he was out hunting with his wife, he got attacked by a deer. The deer was stomping him out. I'm talking about stomping him, son. He fell on the ground, and the deer was trying to stalk him to death. And his wife had the video camera, and she filmed the whole thing. This was decades ago, and I remember thinking, like, yo, man, this wizard had to go. Like, what you doing up here filming? That's the first time I saw that, and I thought it was bugged out then. But that was, just one situation. And then it turns out, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, Born King, they're gonna post it. That's a part of it, man. Is that, listen, man, like I said, with the he said the deer got hands. D. Christian said the deer rep for Bambi. 793rd said the deer was mating with the hormones up. Joseph said that deer knows the devil. Yeah, man. That deer was stomping his. Listen, man. He barely got up out of there, man. You know what I'm saying? But like we was building up the other day about the Stop Snitching movement. There's no group of people that don't have an understanding amongst them that not everybody should be in our business. There's no group of people. You can go find a cheerleading team, and the girls on that cheerleading team tell each other things that they don't want you telling everybody. There's no group of people that exists. Like, if that was true, there would be no doors, and locks would never have been invented. With a husband and wife, they got certain business that not everybody's supposed to know. It don't matter what group of people it is. You got people that's in jail right now. You got people that's in jail because they told, like D. Christian said, they revealed the secrets. What's that guy's name? Edward Snowden is one of the most, he's one of the most wanted guys in the world because he went and told something that they didn't want everybody knowing. Fly Freeze said heads be getting wrecked on that show when animals attack, and their homies be right there recording the whole thing instead of trying to help their mans out. Yeah, I see. Hey, man. Yeah, Bob. They got to get that footage, man. They got to go viral. Jasim said in jail. What you said? Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, when they when it came to Guantanamo, nobody better not snitch. Presidential privilege is a whole thing. That means that the big homie know that the police came to talk to you, and the big homie is letting you know you better not say nothing. That's the big homie. The big homie. Look, he even let the other people know. Hey, I'm writing you this letter to let you know that the big homie found out that you're trying to get the little homie to snitch. Yeah, the little homie ain't showing up. Who remembers it was that lady? Remember it was a dude, Scooter Libby. Irving Libby. Scooter Libby. I can't remember exactly what the controversy was, but he worked, I think, for Dick Cheney, either Dick Cheney or the other guy they should call Turd Blossom. But he was the assistant, he was the second in command in one of these cabinets. And he was the point man in some illegal dealings in the Bush administration. That's what it was. They was leaking the names of CIA agents to the newspaper. So see right there, you got a court case because you leaking names because you snitched. So that means you got laws that actually say don't snitch. He went to jail, right? And then they went and arrested the reporter who was the one that was writing the stories that had the names in it that he was leaking. And they arrested that lady, and she stayed in jail, at least for months, because she wouldn't reveal that Scooter Libby was the person that gave her the information. I don't know how you would, execute the things which y'all saying in this kind of world that they got right now. Joseph said Maduro got 3 Americans trying to start a coup. Were they trying to start a coup in Brazil, or he sent them here to start a coup? $793, you seen about this too? Jasim said cats that are skinny just run their mouth, get slapped. Other cats, hey man. D. Christian said whistleblower laws change for the meat industry too. China look like they're going to get charged in world court for what? What they supposed to get charged with, Joseph? Oh, Maduro captured 3 Americans who was trying to overthrow his government. All right. Yeah, well, they listen. South America is like they whipping board. The history of American intervention in South America is a vast history. $793 said the Homeland series just went off and just covered a situation like that. The English teacher for the Russians went under for like 30 plus years until her name came up and had to body herself. Word, they saying that China, in what court? In which court in particular, Joseph? They saying China might get charged with starting this crisis on purpose. Whoa. Nah, Jasim, what I was saying is that the stuff that you saying in terms of people training and being prepared, you know what I'm saying? Whatever training you have, anything you do, you know what I'm saying, when you're dealing with a conflict situation, you know, people not knowing what you could do and you know what your mindset is an advantage. You understand what I'm saying? And people knowing, like, you know, they got whole organizations. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's a whole position in the army. Reconnaissance. Finding out what the other side, what they got, how many people, what they could do. So, you know, I'm speaking in terms of you know, snitching, you know what I'm saying, in terms of people revealing, you understand what I'm saying? People revealing whatever it is, whatever our movement is. See, because anytime people know, you know what I'm saying, what it, you know, in a conflict situation, then they can negate it. You understand what I'm saying? Like, if I know you got, you know what I'm saying, one thing, I could come with the next thing up. You know what I'm saying? If I know you got 50 people on your team, I could come with 100 people. So that's something that's got to be eliminated, man. You know what I'm saying? We can't stop. You know, Guccifer is saying, yeah, the traders never stop. You understand what I'm saying? So, you know, that's just a part of the science. Like how you said, becoming one mind also means we all know not to say nothing, man. Like, in all reality, you know, like, look, that's where the term loose lips sink ships come from. Loose lips sink ships come from World War II. And they were saying that, look, you can't let, you know, like even with D-Day, they didn't even let the soldiers know when D-Day was. Or different things that they did, you know, they said that the Allied army, that they had a whole bunch of blow-up balloons, right? But the blow-up balloons was in the shape of tanks. And they was painted green. They had all the markings on them like they was real. And that they put these blow-up balloons in a different spot from the spot where they actually attacked. So that the Germans, they had some of their forces, you know, set to defend against this force on the Allied side that wasn't even real. But we not even to the level of dealing with that yet. We not even at the level where somebody's not going to say what, you know, what the plan is. I ain't nothing about no Masonic. But see, when it said we kept the best part preserved for ourselves and put them out on the worst part, it ain't going to be no peace amongst us. We not holding no wisdom over their head, you know what I'm saying, in a situation where things could be peace. We not giving them the knowledge to destroy us. Josh Simmons said we need to be at that level and be, you know what I mean? You know, look, the only start to that, you know what I'm saying, is what we doing right now. You know what I'm saying? Meaning that, you know, the speakers that came that put all of us on one mind. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, the Frederick Douglasses, the Marcus Garveys, the Martin Luther Kings, you know what I'm saying? Where these people, they speak to us even throughout time and space. You know what I'm saying? Like, everybody's not in Harlem in 1965, you know, 1960s, like Malcolm X was. You understand what I mean? People that's in California that might have read his, or heard his speeches in the 80s still became one mind with him. You understand what I'm saying? So, this type of thing, what we doing, what we teaching, where, what I'm saying, people can actually see like, okay, this is the thing, we one mind, you know what I'm saying? And also understanding, because I was watching Sarnetta yesterday. Shout out to Sarnetta. I was watching Lord Abba and Brother Reggie. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Lord Abba and Brother Reggie. And they was coming from the two sides of the spectrum. You understand what I'm saying? Should we deal with trying to gain freedom, justice, and equality more through economics or more through politics? You understand what I'm saying? And they both see, that's another thing right there. Now you got an animosity that exists. You understand what I mean? When and people start forgetting that we all want freedom, justice, and equality. We just looking at different ways that it might be the easiest. But the reality is, you know what I'm saying, that I built on here before about is that, listen, this is a 1,000-year process here. Like, this is 1,000 years, from the time, and we talking about modern. Let's leave the Egypt stuff out. Let's leave the ancient stuff. We talking about just modern times. You know what I'm saying? From the time the Arabs crossed the Sahara Desert, there's been many things: economic, political, educational, biologic, whatever forum you could think, we've been under attack. And so it's not no one button that you could press and bring back the freedom, justice, and equality right now. Something is going to have to be done in every one of those forums. And no particular one of them is probably going to be the answer. Like, you could just do that real good. No, you're going to have to do all of them. You understand what I'm saying? We're going to have to be, we got to deal with the Renaissance. You understand what I'm saying? Like, this is more like a basketball player than a football player or a baseball player. Where, if you're a football player, you just come out and kick the ball. You don't throw it, you don't catch it. We don't even want you doing none of that. All you do is come out and kick the ball. But in basketball, now you got to know how to shoot. You got to know how to play defense. You got to know how to rebound. If you're going to be real successful at it. You understand what I'm saying? So to me, all of these different things, and then plus, to me, they all connected. Like, there's no economics without politics. There's no politics without economics. So, but that's another thing that, causes an amount of disunity. Original C said they have the CIA for international crimes against us, and they also use the CIA to instigate certain countries in the war for our best interest. Yeah, you don't want to mess with the CIA. I'm going to tell you the problem with the CIA, why you don't want to mess with the CIA. The CIA cannot arrest you. Like, they don't have laws, they don't have cuffs, they can't arrest you. They're an espionage outfit. So if things go bad, they got to kill you. Just a word to the wise. So the International Court of Justice, in the International Court of Justice is affiliated with the UN. Born King said economics control politics. Jasim said, indeed, we have to move in all directions. Joseph said, economics don't just mean money, it means value. Yeah, that's a you know,
It's been a thing for a while now.
that's how the economy is supposed to facilitate the movement of goods and the success of people.
I know.
But now, the people, you know what I'm saying, are facilitating the economy, the success of the economy. You know what I'm saying? Everything is turned backwards. Process is organizing ain't for everyone, but protection is one of the highest elevations of love. Jasim said that's part of what was tripping me out about the King Face debate. Yeah, I heard them talking. I haven't really seen the King Face guy yet. I you know what I'm saying, just on the in general on the what's the name, so I can't really speak on what he's talking about. But you know, these is kind of the barriers, the things. That's what I'm saying. Like, you know, we've got to come to one idea. You know what I'm saying? We don't have those type of speakers that speak to all of us like that. Yeah, they did Gaddafi pretty dirty. Manola Music and Films, yeah, Gaddafi, that was beat the old man down. Process, they can't have anything of value without protecting it. I mean, that's something, like I said, on a live a while back, the government, that was one of their first things was they was pretty much a protection racket. Yeah, Manola Music and Films. That's actually what we was talking about. You know what I'm saying? We had started out talking about the degrees, and then we had, moved into actually when I started, I was gonna show a couple of videos where police have been turning it up in New York right now, you know what I'm saying, to a high degree. And it's one of them things where like I was saying earlier, I'm not really with the whitewashing of history, taking down all these monuments and statues and not, allowing people to know what the reality is. You know what I'm saying? Because like I said, from the stuff that I read and seen on it, a big step in what brought everybody into one mind and one body during civil rights was that Emmett Till's mother left the casket open. So that when people saw, like you might have heard, yo, this is going on down south, yo, they like this, they like that. But when you actually saw what, how callous these individuals was to do this to what Emmett Till was 13. You understand what I'm saying? Oh, we got a troll. We got a troll now. Saif Tajiran. I don't think you want to mess around this particular month, Saif. It's like, remember that joke Richard Pryor said when he was in Africa with the white dude? And he said, yo, they started making some noises at night. Richard Pryor said, the white people said, yo, what's that? Richard Pryor said, I don't know. I think you better go inside right now. I don't think you want to give black people hype this week on no racist stuff. Might not work out for you. Fly Phrase said Gaddafi was trying to overthrow the US dollar and America wasn't having that. He was making them gold coins that are actually worth money, not just a piece of paper backed by nothing. You know what I heard about that Fly Phrase is that he was going to build a system of money that was backed by all the resources in Africa. You know, that's a heavy science too. You know what I'm saying? You know that's one of the reasons why, even if you notice, the Arabs didn't like him that much neither. It was because Gaddafi said he was African. Gaddafi didn't really consider himself a Arab. He considered himself an African. And you know, the way they made that move, you know, America was forced to do it that way because they couldn't get the African countries to turn on Gaddafi. Because Gaddafi was hitting off other countries. Gaddafi was building water systems and electric systems, and you know, dudes that was in jail, like you know, he was looking out. So when they tried to get the African Union to go against Gaddafi, they was like, nah. So then they had to pull out the big guns. Manola Music and Film said, what makes me mad is black people trying to act shocked. I mean, you know how I look at that, Manola Music and Films, is that, you know, just like I said, you know, how many isolated incidents make a pattern? You know what I'm saying? You know, somewhere down the line, we got to accept that this is the training. Like what I'm saying is that, listen, how many times you ever seen the police at the range practicing, right? And they were shooting people in the kneecaps. Like it was a picture of a kneecap and they was aiming, you know, practicing shooting people in the kneecap. They don't practice like that. They practice to kill. So you got to understand that these things are not, you know, that's where the average person's mindset is coming from. That, oh, that's a racist cop. Not that the police is already coming from a racist idea as the slave patrol from the very beginning. But this is what happens, you know, when, you know, we don't do no studying of how we got to where we at right now. See, that's something that we encourage to do in America, especially as black people, is forget about how we got to where we at right now. And so when you do that, it's hard to see that no, this is the intention. This is not the, you know, this is not a isolated incident. This is not the mistake that's happening. Like these people go through physical, emotional, psychological tests and everything to go in the academy and come out with a badge and a gun. So you're picking the people that's doing this, and you've been picking these people for, you know, 150 years. Eventually, we got to come to understand. You understand what I'm saying? Like if somebody do something to you every day, like if a person walk off with your pencil, maybe they didn't realize that was my pencil. But after 150 years straight of them walking off with your pencil, you had to say, man, then you know, even like, okay, sometimes you might do that by accident. But you're doing it on back-to-back days. That's what it's not an acceptance of. That's what it's not an acceptance of. That's what happens when you start coming with these mentalities that no, it's not about race, it's about income. You know, we all the same. It's written. Nah, get out of here. John Sim said, as long as we doing and not just talking, I mean, yeah, that's the, you know, word is life is definitely at the heart of it. Sadiq said Gaddafi was very independent and strong, but as you can see, not strong enough yet. Well, you know, that's what they did. They got everybody to fall back. You know, the Arab people, they was able to get them to fall back. You know, pretty much the same thing. And if you notice, see, now they regret it. If you ask me, I don't know if they look at it the same way. But you know, y'all let the two, you know, y'all let the two dudes that pretty much was holding y'all down, y'all let them go down. Now y'all struggling because the price of oil is down. But you let Saddam and Gaddafi go down. That's not what you do. Let me catch up. Manola Music and Film said, I'm like, y'all know they devils. Why won't they accept it? Yeah, they, you know, like I said, it's the narrative on it. You know what I'm saying? That we've bought that narrative, you know what I'm saying? You know, the bleeding heart liberal, you know, and just not understanding that, you know, that type of treatment and keeping us, not maybe us in particular on this video right now, but keeping us as a people, you know, in fear and terrorized is the way they survive. And like I was saying earlier, man, you know, when money is the motive, you know, all bets is off, man. Sky's the limit. And you can't guarantee that the right thing is gonna happen. You can only guarantee that the most profitable thing is gonna happen. Born King said, raise the rod month. Saif. You know, that's how you know you made it. I had trolls, had troll yesterday too. Sim said, as a warrior, I think the best path forward is economically. See, here's what I think about that. If you go right now to the most staunch devil in America, what they're going to tell you is that what allowed us to master the planet and take everything over was our marvelous political system and our marvelous economic system. If you ask them what's the strongest points of America, they're going to say capitalism and democracy. So the idea that they're going to allow you to disarm them and use either one of those things. This is what I'm saying. And this is, we speak an opinion now, right? But listen, before they allow you to make any progress, I'm talking about not getting a little something for yourself within the context of the society as long as they got more. I'm talking about using it to overcome them. They're going to crash the dollar. They'll crash the economy. And before they allow you to use politics, they'll have a civil war. So both of them are like band-aids. They're things that we could use to relieve the situation right now. Meaning that politically and economically, you got kids out there that's not being educated. You know what I'm saying? You got kids out there that they not eating solid meals. You know what I'm saying? So we could use politics and economics to alleviate that situation in the meantime. But ultimately, neither one of them can be the answer. Infinite said Gaddafi was going to start a United States of Africa that had them shook. Born King said the U.S. didn't let Farrakhan get that money from Gaddafi neither. That was actually, not for nothing. And I noticed it at the time. That was actually the first thing that Farrakhan did. Like, see, now people, but, if you recall, they called Farrakhan in front of the, Congress for that. And when he went in front of the Congress, he told them, it was one of them things. It was like, why would you tell him that he gave you the money? Like, I don't know. Me. I'm just like, dude, that's the court, man. You don't go to the court and tell them nothing. You kind of low key ratted, son. Smell good, came in, smell good. So yeah, the police they trained to aim center mass. And what's the other thing they say? They're trained to shoot until the threat has been eliminated. Now, what could that mean? Going
into basic kick signs.
Yeah. Basic.
You remember this shit? You heard this, right?
This is Rusty?
Sean Price, my shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
793rd said, ironically, in terms of isolated incidents, that's the same law or more like science that the real Rick Ross got himself out of jail on when Big Gang tried to keep him up under the prison. You talking about in California, Rick Ross? Yeah, Atif is saying right here that these things that's happening. And I'm gonna tell you another thing. Atif is saying not a haphazard result. You know what I'm saying in terms of what the police is doing to people. I'm gonna tell you another thing that I seen. That I look at in terms of when you look at this police brutality is that a lot of times when it comes to police brutality, you can actually go all the way back to Frederick Douglass. Talking about the slave patrols. And you can stop in every time period, every great speaker, they're speaking out against police brutality in the same exact way. Like you could take a police brutality speech from Martin Luther King or Malcolm X from the 60s and put it right now, and you wouldn't have to adjust anything for it to apply. That's one of the things that I'm saying that showed me that, dude, you doing this on purpose. Like if there was something that was happening for 150 years in America where affluent white women or, upper middle class white women on Long Island was dying, that thing wouldn't be happening over and over and it wouldn't be considered a mistake. You can't even make that many mistakes in elementary school and have the people not saying, well, you're dumb then. That, you know, that this is indicative of something because you keep making the same mistake. This has to indicate some bigger problem here. Let me catch back up to y'all. Y'all going in. Born King said the system of propaganda always labels white supremacists as lone wolves. You understand what I'm saying? Isolated incident. You know, it doesn't mean anything. You know, and that's what I don't like. And I hate when black people do. Like when we have instances like this right here, right? You know, like say the instance that Manola Music and Films brought up. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if you're still on. But how many times have you heard a situation like this happen, right? And then they'll have some black community leaders from that community come out and say, well, you know, most of the Caucasians in our community are not like that. And, you know, we usually, you know, we get along so good, you know. So we're not talking about all of the community. You know, we're just speaking about, you know, these individuals. No. That's not what we talking about now. We talking about somebody getting shot right now. Like if you get arrested and you go to court, the DA is not going to say, well, before we get into this crime, you know, let me just tell you that, you know, that this gentleman right here, you know, he was in the choir, you know, when he was in church, he was a choir boy, and he was on the honor roll up until the 7th grade. No, they don't mention none of that. No, we talking about what happened. We talking about what happened right now. We talking about that. You was a Boy Scout. Well, good for you. But these are the things that happen. And that's what I'm saying. When we're telling that narrative ourselves, you know, yeah, people are going to be rocked to sleep. And other people on the outside is looking at that. Like, oh, that's how you see your own people? Oh, well, then it must be true. Joe Self said Gaddafi was connected to Chicago gangs back in the 60s. I don't know about the 60s, but yeah, he did have something to deal with the El Rukins. I know about that. But that's not from the 60s. That's something that happened in the 80s, I think. Either the 80s or the very early 90s. Shaquem said Obama said that getting Gaddafi killed was his biggest regret. When did he say that? But that was, yeah, that's actual facts. Joe Self said it's funny Obama killed him, you know, coming in talking like how he was talking. Saif said, read The Arming of Africa, my brother. What is the arming of Africa? Maybe you're not a troll. Oh man, maybe this guy's not a troll. Because apparently I ain't read all the way into it. I just read the headline, but he do you know, this arming of Africa is it appears that this is an article or a book that's written about somebody that's speaking on, you know, who's providing all these weapons in Africa. You know, who's providing this steady stream of bullets where you can come through and shoot up the whole village and then just go to the next village and shoot it up too. and that is something that I was wondering since I was in 85, is if y'all could get those guns and bullets over there, why can't y'all get food over there? Now, of course, this is when I'm at 85%, so I'm unaware of how resource rich Africa really is. You know what I'm saying? I'm unaware that the reason they don't have food is because they exporting it. You know, I'm still looking at it from the perspective of I see on TV the programs where they bring the money over there, the money. They bring the rice or whatever they bring in, talking about they feeding the poor people. So I was always wondering, like, how is it that you can't get this stuff through, but you can get all these guns and bullets through? So I don't, maybe Saeed just has a bad sense of humor. Warren King said the strongest part of America is development and mastering the original man. Processes economics, politics, and militarism. Yeah, absolutely. I did leave that out. The good old American army. Thanks for that correction right there, Process. Democracy, capitalism, and the good old American army. Fly Phrase said pigs will empty the clip and you then reload and do it again. Yeah, and Sean Bell, that was bugged out too. That was another bugged out situation where it's like they said the one cop, he took a knee. And he took a knee, emptied out, reloaded, and emptied out again. Where it's like, dude,
That was a hit though.
That was nuts. Yo, right now, this you talking about the endemic and Darkim project, the what we call it? Antediluvian King. Right now, Fat Beats, they got like a little freeze on projects, you know what I'm saying, because of this crisis. So I gotta let that loosen up, and then we'll be back at that. Process. Are we seeking political power within their society, or amongst our own nations? I mean, that's one of the 20,000, $50,000 questions right there. You know what I'm saying? That's one of the $50,000 questions. But it's hand in hand. In terms of what you said when you added the militarism onto it, is hand in hand because of the simple fact that people are making their living, they're surviving off of there only being one network. There only being one world economy, that the pyramid is definite about who's at the top. You know what I'm saying? It's not like, before, you had the Arab world, you had the Asian world, you had the European world, Africa. These was all separate economies that interacted with each other through trade, but they wasn't necessarily dependent on each other. You know what I'm saying? Now you got one global economy that depends on a certain pyramid. So even when you say seeking this own network of political power within our own structure and alliance of nations, it still is going to require a head-on, strategy. Queen Mecca. What's going on, Queen Mecca? Born King said officer equals overseer. Josh Sim said, what's a nation without beans and bullets? Well, we're trying to get our beans together right now. If we could get the farming thing going, and, maybe we get some rice to go with those beans. Born King said, that's why we stopped trying to train them on racial sensitivity. They know exactly what they're doing. They're not stupid yet. That some things is just, it's like how I said, man, that's why, you know, people might ask in all these different times, why haven't we just run out and killed the devil? Because that's not really our nature. Like there's a certain something that is humanity. You know what I'm saying? That's a part of the, you know, I ain't getting into too much etymology, but just saying, you know, recognizing the connection, you know, between you and other people, you know, recognizing suffering and not wanting to be the source of it. You understand what I'm saying? You know, because at the bottom of the not snitching movement, that's what's there. Like, don't get me wrong, he gets a little bit warped out in different
It's
instances.
12 o'clock.
But at the end of the day, you know, we not turning you over to the white man. You know what I'm saying? You know, and this is something that, you know, as a brother, you know, in America from the entire time that it's been America, saying from 1776, this has always been something that needs to be a concern of the original people, you know, not being turned over to them. 793 said we're talking about a pattern of behavior happening for over 500 years. Saif said, you keep telling the truth, they're going to shut your YouTube. You know, I try to watch my language, Saif. You know, that's all I could do, though. I try to watch my language. But, you know, some bullets had to be taken. You know, some bullets had to be bitten, you know, in order for, you know, it to be some, you know, like even that's what I'm saying. Like, you know, that's one of the things I'm talking about. That, you know, Medgar Evers was facing a little bit steeper circumstances than having his, you know, internet cut off. You know what I'm saying? You know, Martin Luther King, you know, these type of guys, you know, they knew what was coming down the pipe. Yeah.
Oh, Shatik says what's up, and he's gonna tune in when he can.
All right, yeah, with Shatik, I be seeing Shatik on what's the name? They got a show too. I be seeing Shatik on Instagram. But you know, yeah, you know, that's one of the things. He not right. He probably in the bathroom. That's one of the things. You know what I'm saying? You know, ultimately, when we sit around and we exasperate about all these situations, but that's one of the things that's perpetuating the situation is that nobody is ready to do nothing about it. You know what I'm saying? See, again, when you deal with America, you deal with what they tell you about their success. One thing they tell you about is because our forefathers fought on this land. The greatest generation was the generation that went and fought and gave their lives. There's a reason why it's Memorial Day. There's a reason why it's a VA hospital and benefits, even though it's not what it's supposed to be. You know, we ain't getting into that. But I'm just saying there's a reason why we taught patriotism and that giving our life for the country is some type of virtue. Cut me off, I just get a new channel. Shaquem said Hillary Clinton led the charge against Gaddafi, but Obama stood down and let it happen. He said that after he left office. You know, not just that, but, you know, there's a lot of things that happened in Africa under Obama's watch that there's a big train of thought on that. Like, I'm not unique in that idea that there's things that occurred, not just in Africa, but all over around the world, even in Black America, that would not, you know, they would have never let Trump do that. Trump would have got a lot more resistance from inside and outside the country. You know, Obama, you know, almost gave them carte blanche to do certain things. You know what I'm saying? Not him literally saying it, but the fact that they had him and the whole world was giving him a pass, you know, in terms of the business of America. You know, like you ain't changed nothing. You know, all the stuff you talk about that the previous administration did wrong, how much of it did you actually reverse? And how much of it did you double down on? Manola Music and Film said I'm at the point where it's hard for me to talk to black people right now about anything that would benefit them. They just revert back to defending the white man, or they go, well, what you doing? I mean, you know, that's a tactic. You know what I'm saying? And that's something that I personally look at. That's one of the legacies of the LA riots. You know, one of the legacies of the LA riots is that they gave out a whole bunch of money. Like if you look before the LA riots, you know, Michael Jordan wasn't getting the kind of money that LeBron James is getting. You know what I'm saying? You know, Big Daddy Kane wasn't getting the kind of money, you know what I'm saying, that started coming out, you know, rappers wasn't having their own labels and stuff like that. You know, a handful of dudes had some, but not on the level like the Death Rows and the things of that nature. You know what I'm saying? And hip hop, I think, is a big example of once that money came out, the subject matter changed. Who was doing it changed, first of all, because, you know, your motive for doing it. Like I said, once money gets involved, you cannot guarantee that the right thing is going to happen. You can only guarantee that the most profitable thing is going to happen. You know what I'm saying? So the whole purpose for people getting into hip hop music changed once all that money came involved. You know, like when I first got into doing music, really all I just wanted was just like, yo, when, you know, the people around my block to be like, yo, you dope. That's it. I was, you know what I'm saying? Nobody was getting paid. If you wanted to make money, you went into the crack game. You know, hip hop was kind of more about respect. You know what I'm saying? It was something that, yo, if you could rhyme when you walk up the block, people was like, yo, what's that rhyme? You know what I'm saying? Or you might come up the block and there's other people saying your rhymes. That's what you got into music for. You know what I'm saying? But that's what they did. They gave all the people different interests. So now I got to protect my interests. See, in the 60s, it had got to a point where people seeing we ain't got nothing to lose. We ain't got nothing to lose, friends. If you're going to kill me, you're going to have to kill me. So, you know, you got to bear with the people, man. Like I said, you know, right now they being beaten and killed by the ones who advocate that kind of guy. You know, at this point, you know, I think they got to deal with hunger and nakedness and out of doors too. You know, people not as hungry as they used to. Like if you look at Fat Albert wasn't all that fat. not in comparison to right now. In the 70s, people wasn't eating like that for it to be all that obesity. You eat all that junk food outside the street all the time. You ain't had the money for it. You know, the nakedness, you know, now people got their Jordans. You know, you don't just got clothes. You ain't got burlap sacks. You got fly stuff. You know, all of that is actually got to be stripped away. Those is all became blinders for the people. And they got to be stripped away so that the people see that it was an illusion all along. You know what I'm saying? It's like, you know, somebody was talking about mirages the other day, like a mirage when you're in the desert and you think you see water. The person got to get all the way up to where they thought the water was and realize it was an illusion. And that's the condition, some of our people is dealing with. They under the illusion that we got friends in high places, all kinds of things. The Christians said they arming in certain West Indian countries too. Is this the what's that thing they got? They got something called COM, right? COM stands for command. And I know they got something called AFRICOM. There's different, there's comms. The command is some type of military unit or something. And that is that what you're talking about? Or are you talking about them just bringing guns and putting them into the atmosphere to have people fighting and not ever being able to form a unified strategy against the enemy? Peace said, politics tell lies to the poll and they bloodsuckers. I am. Peace. Saif said, look up false flag war. Well, yeah, we know about that over here. I don't know. Has America, at least, I'm pretty sure every war after the Civil War for America has been a false flag war. In the Indian Wars, we know that was false flag. The Spanish American War, they claim that a ship blew up in the harbor in Cuba. I'm pretty sure it was in Guantanamo Bay, and that's the reason why they still control Guantanamo Bay right now. But they claim that the Spanish blew up a ship. It turned out that was bogus. The ship that sank, the Lusitania, was carrying war munitions, bullets and bombs. And it was so well known that the Lusitania was carrying bullets and bombs that the Germans took out an article in the paper saying that, listen, when this ship sails, we're going to be sinking it. So don't get a ticket on you. And so that was fake. Supposedly there was knowledge about what was going to happen with Pearl Harbor. Korea, Vietnam, forget those. You know what I mean? Vietnam, actually, there was a ship that they claimed blew up in something called the Gulf of Tonkin. I'm not too familiar with Vietnam, with the geography of Vietnam to tell you where it was. You know what I'm saying? The ship, nobody from Vietnam shot at the ship. There was Grenada. People that remember like the early 80s, there was Ronald Reagan invaded a place called Grenada. This was a false flag, and then everybody should be well aware of the modern, Desert Storm 1, Desert Storm 2. I don't think I left any out. But since the Civil War, every war has been a false flag to my knowledge. But good point, though. Right. All right. So yeah, that is no. Who was the other person that's brought it up? Yeah, but process. Yeah, AFRICOM. Yeah, I know about this. Not a whole lot of details because it's a secret. It's a secret operation. So it ain't a whole bunch of details out there like that. But yeah, I know about this thing. Process says AFRICOM and proxy wars continue the military shielding, allowing for the extraction of valuable minerals. Yeah. Hold on, let me catch back up. John Sim said, go ahead and talk about the Vampire Hospital. Which one is that? Yeah, I start the comedy, man, at a certain point. I'm gonna start watching, man. I'm gonna start noticing. When exactly does the comedy, when does the comedy start, man? Queen Mecca. I mean, that's peace, Queen Mecca. Probably hit me up on Instagram or something. I am said Obama dropped 26,000 bombs all on Islamic countries, all of them, and they gave him a Nobel Peace Prize. That was crazy.
Here's another fact about Obama. He was the only president to be at war during all 8 years of his presidency. More than Bush. Yes, hear that again. Obama was the only president to be at war during all 8 years of his presidency, more than George W. Bush or any other president.
Yeah, I mean, I do know that he's one of those. Yeah,
his real name, Barry Sorato.
Sotero.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Right.
Oh wait, he dropped 26,000 bombs in 1 year.
What the?
You saying this is the same year of 2006 that he won the Nobel Prize? He dropped 26,000 bombs.
Now, where was that? Syria and then Colonel Gaddafi, right? Gaddafi.
Yeah.
Because he was about to trade. They couldn't have had him alive right now.
Mm-hmm.
Or they couldn't have had fucking, what's his name?
John Sim said, how's the USA peaceful with bases in 130 countries? That's probably a low count right there. 130? How many countries is it?
What people have to realize?
Because I think it's only a handful of countries where they don't have a base in Iran, and they ain't got one in Russia.
The American army isn't fighting for the constitution of the country. They're fighting for European bankers.
They don't have it in China.
You know, so America gets the blame for all this.
Yeah.
But it's not really, you. It's these European, UK cunts.
S. Reeves came in. Born King said Obama is Musa, civilized the devil, saved him in a recession, and also taught technology by passing several gay laws. Ah, man. Yeah. Yeah. Hold up, man.
What's that?
I gotta put this one up. I gotta put this one up right here, man. Oh man. La Frey said that's why we got all these whack rappers today, because of the money. Process said that's real about the change in hip hop. Yeah, that was one of the tactics they used, but they used it around the globe. I'm saying that when you look at everything, you know what I'm saying? Like there's no Bill Russells, Muhammad Ali's, you know what I'm saying, these dudes in sports, because that's another thing that happened in terms of music, right? See, when back in the days, you know what I'm saying, when before all that money came with the deals, you actually had to make good music and people had to like your music so you could sell it and they would come to your concerts. But right now, if you're going to get $20 million from this one person, then he's the only person that got to like your music. What difference does it make if everybody else like it, if the dude with the $20 million likes it? You know what I'm saying? So that's the kind of music you're getting. You're getting the kind of music that the masters like, instead of the type of music that, look, I got to go to shows in 50 states and impress all these people to blow up. You see what I'm saying?
Nah, because it's about them liking them as a personality on Instagram, like a weirdo, like 69, you know what I mean? Doesn't matter what your music's like, they're like you. It's selling you these days. You know? Like the Revenge of the Nerds, that film, that's happening now.
Mm-hmm.
You know? These fucking clowns, man. Little something. Like, how are they getting all this money when they're gay? And gay rappers.
I am said the
What
United
part of the game
States
is that?
Africa Command is one of the 11 unified combatant commands of the United States Armed Forces headquartered at Kelly Barracks, Stuttgart, Germany. It is responsible for U.S. military operations, including fighting regional conflicts and maintaining military relations with 53 African nations. Wow. Yeah, that's what I knew about them. Is that
What's that?
they like it's a secret thing, at least in America. They not telling all Americans, but they got for every continent, right? They got like it's Africa Com, Eurocom. They got a whole bunch of comms, right? And com stands for command. You know what I'm saying? And so certain operations,
World Army.
Right? So certain operations is getting approved and launched, right, from these commands. So it don't go back to Congress like they already got. They like a drug czar, where it's like we already gave you the permission to do whatever you're going to do, even if it's against the Constitution. We already gave you the permission. So you go ahead and do that out there. So now everybody got, you know how they say plausible deniability.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So if something happens, then we bring up some rogue, general that supposedly went on his own.
That's what's happening now.
You know what I'm saying?
That's what's happening now. Do you know who's the plausible deniability of all this? China.
Somebody was just saying on here that they talking about China.
But did you see that Italian minister? He says that 96% of people didn't die of fucking COVID. 96% of 25,000, right, is about 24,000,
Born King said,
25,000
Born King said Obama is the drone king.
Yeah, bro. And I tell you, you seen that new film with the bad boys for life? Like, I got halfway through it, but the drones, they had fucking machine guns on the drones.
So he won the Nobel Prize in 2006 Nobel Prize. Bombs equal 2006 Nobel Prize equal 2009. So he dropped the bombs in 2006 and got the Nobel Prize in 2009.
Yeah, that's terrible.
Yeah, that was something that was bugged out, man.
But
you can't be a war president. And then that was the thing too. They gave it to him mad early in the what's the name? Like you expected him. I didn't understand that at all.
You know who became the Minister of Peace for the United Nations? Tony Blair.
Oh yeah, I didn't hear about that.
The devil with the most blood on his hands with fucking Bush, innit? With baby Bush. It was them two cunts. Weapons of mass destruction. That was a fucking
Jason Rosario.
That Tony Blair motherfucking.
They got another.
We want to see.
They got another command besides NATO.
Yeah, secret.
These secret commands that I am was just talking about that are responsible for U.S. military operations, including fighting regional conflicts and maintaining military relations. I'm telling you, there's an AsiaCom, a Eurocom, they're in South America, they're everywhere. And the reason is so that they can make these moves without it getting on the news because it's classified as black ops.
Yeah. Right. Similar to in Vietnam, when
Martin
bringing all the heroin in.
Martin Shkreli, yeah. See, that's what I'm saying. Look, if you got Martin Shkreli, that's gonna pay you.
That's that guy who got the Wu-Tang.
Right. That's what I'm saying. That's what changes everything about hip hop because it's not for the people.
Yo, this is a
you know what I'm saying? Like back in the days, if you came in the park and you was whack, dudes kicking your speakers down, man. They might take your stuff. You know what I'm saying? They might take your stuff, man. You know what I'm saying? But if you all you gotta impress is this one dude that's giving you $20 million, you're not going to get music for the people.
Silvery. prince from Morocco. You know,
Yeah,
he's a
yeah.
fucking prince.
Yeah,
You know, he's
yeah.
a royal family shit.
Whatever it was.
Right? And he's from Holland, yeah? Let me tell you, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I know why everybody hated him, because I fucking found out about him too. And he's a Moroccan prince that had the link to that. And he just like made Rizzo all that money, you know? And what do you think to the beats? I've got that shit, you know? There's some good ones on there, but you know, I've got that.
Yeah. Well, you know, Germany
I have that shit, man.
is you know, you got to remember the history of Germany is that America and Russia split Germany after World War II. You know what I'm saying? And you know, you had the Iron Curtain there and all of that. Yeah, they got a lot of forces built up, you know what I'm saying, in Germany, most definitely. Right, Guam, Pearl Harbor, you know, but Guam and Pearl Harbor, they actually consider America. You know, Guam is somewhat like Puerto Rico. You know what I'm saying? I don't know their exact status, but they like a what do you call that? Not a territory. What is it? Yeah, U.S. territory. Yeah, see, United States Indo-Pacific Command, U.S. Indo-PACOM, is a unified combatant command of United States armed forces responsible for the Indo-Pacific region. It is the oldest and largest of the unified combatant commands. So that's what I'm saying. See how we never heard of these things? They the ones out there doing a lot of stuff, man. Saif says world elites control all the resources, most private banks, militaries, jails, prisons, psychiatric hospitals, where they torture and rape people, women, organs, etc. Search Jeffrey Epstein, Bill Gates. And Saif, you got all the theories. Jason Rosario said U.S. has Guam and Pearl Harbor as strategic military points in Asia. I mean, they got more than that. Remember, they got the Philippines. They got Japan. You know what I'm saying? They got bases, man. You know what I'm saying? They never left. You know, when they invaded all those small island countries in World War II on their way to Japan, they never left, not one of them. Something I found out a little bit of trivia. There's a place in that area, right, in the South Pacific over there, right, called Bikini Atoll. Bikini Atoll. And this place, Bikini Atoll, they made all of the people, all of the natural inhabitants, all of the indigenous people, they made them leave there because they wanted to use the island to test nuclear bombs. And so all the people had to leave. The people still haven't been allowed back yet. And that is where the name of the swimsuit, the bikini, comes from. Just a little bit of trivia. See, Born King said there's CARICOM. They all over. They in every region. Original C said it's the United States of America. They wasted no time trying to place Obama's figure as the new Martin Luther King. So Martin Luther King received the Nobel Prize. He had to get one too. Yeah, I did. You know, that was a connection I could definitely see they was trying to make. Original C. I had picked up on that too. Peace said the biggest section in PA is Germantown. Rafael Stratura said the UK is packed with US bases. I am said CARICOM, the Caribbean Community, is an organization of 15 nations and dependencies throughout the Americas having primary objectives to promote economic integration and cooperation among its members. Yeah, so this CARICOM, I think this is something else. This is some people, is this not the people that they trying to get like reparations for the Caribbean? Yeah, this is the finish of I am statement, having primary objectives to promote economic integration and cooperation amongst its members to ensure that the benefits of integration are equitably shared and to coordinate foreign policy. Yeah, I think, yeah, they dealing with some type of reparations. Jassim said, what would a task force combining of, say, and this is completely hypothetical, the CDC, CIA, and USA be capable of, or one of, well, this is already Homeland Security. It's not hypothetical. Homeland Security, if they don't already have control of an organization in America, they have emergency powers that would allow them to control it.
Yo, got one more thing to moan about. That fucking record came from Israel. The one with Planet Asia, yeah. It's got a fucking click on it.
Ah, man.
Through the fucking bit. I'm like, where did this come from? Nah. Let me chill. I'm not racist, but I don't like it.
Yeah, matter of fact, we need to do that. I am. Because, right now, this would be a whole other show right here. But we might get into this topic. We try to prepare something for the born day of the knowledge out of Cipher Day. You know what I'm saying?
Who was the guy who did no shit? It was someone. They can't hang me, right?
Who? Yeah. Now Michelle trying to shame black people for not voting Democrat. I'm realizing now his presidential legacy was whack.
But which one was that Mossad thing?
La Illuminati came in. All right, here's
So what you're saying is Obama basically bombed and killed more people than Bush did.
Oh, definitely. He escalated.
Oh, that's.
He escalated every situation.
Yeah, but look at that though. Everybody thinks of Trump and Bush. I'm not saying that they, are fucking hate them cunts as well. And then Obama's, in Europe, to my mom at least, and all the people like that, is a good guy.
That's how he.
Where is he? Where's the good guy?
That's how he was able to come up with what he came up with.
So we didn't really do anything for African American people.
No, hell no.
Yeah, right. That's it. See, that's what This is the blurred thing about Europe.
Yeah.
And when Trump came in, there was like, oh my God, look at this also. Oh, where's Obama? Where's Obama? But what did he do? Even
with the bailouts, when Bush did his bailout and Trump did his bailout, right?
What's that?
When they gave out money, when the economy crashed for whatever reason, when Bush did his bailout, people got money, like black people got money. When Obama did his bailout, only corporations got money. The banks got money. Yeah, it's a lot of things. If you really look at what actually happened,
I didn't even think that. Man.
Yeah,
Because you know, I've talked to fucking
Obama ain't look out.
idiots going, yeah, because they don't know anything.
Listen,
They don't know the knowledge.
when black people asked Obama to do, you know, some type of legislation for them, he said, "Look, I got to be president for the whole country. I can't just be president for
the whole
one kind of people."
perception, I'm saying towards the average UK person is Obama is, you know, he was incredible, bringing back what a nice man, and Trump is an arsehole, we hate him. Trust me, that is where it is. Oh, this was the best guy ever, and now you've got an idiot.
That's how they do it.
But
you know, see me, you know, I'm a little bit leery of, you know, too much education. But yeah, getting back to the topic, man, so we could summarize up where we started from. You know what I'm saying? We was dealing with a unit followed by 21 ciphers. You know what I'm saying? And how a cipher is only worth the numbers that's in front of it or behind it. You know what I'm saying? That's the unit. But we know that unit means one. A unit means one. So you got to always keep in mind that unit, that knowledge. You understand what I'm saying? In all your endeavors, every world that you're traveling through, right? Here in the home of Islam, right? You got to keep that unit or that knowledge in mind, or those 21 ciphers will become death, hell, and destruction. You understand what I'm saying? Instead of the paradise. You know what I'm saying? So that, you know, that was that. You know what I'm saying? And make that walk and talk. You know what I'm saying? And just, you know, as a person, you know, individually for us as a person, and especially for the black woman, you know what I'm saying? Because the degree is dealing with the earth. You know what I'm saying? For her to understand that, you know, the physical can't go past 6. You understand what I'm saying? That in order for her to go past 6, she has to what? Knowledge God. You understand what I mean? And keep the 6 before the sex. Let me see something here. I want to look up something for Jason Rosario real quick. So you can see or so you could all right. Here it goes right here. Here it goes right here. Jason Rosario. This is from defense.gov. The Defense Department has 11 combatant commands, each with a geographical or functional mission that provides command and control of military forces in peace and war. There's Africa Command, Central Command, Cyber Command, European Command, Indo-Pacific Command, Northern Command, Southern Command, Space Command, Special Operations Command, Strategic Command, Transportation Command. Those are the ones. Those are the ones that I'm speaking on. And see, just the fact that we don't know that they exist is already dangerous. Saeed said the next false flag war is a space war. Could be, never know. Right now, the false flag war in New York is about this crisis. There's war being waged on, the young people right here in New York. I don't know if that's a false flag or not. But yeah, though, if we don't have any questions about what we was building on today, it's about that time to sign off. Handle to handle. Get a little God degree. Anyone? Bueller? All right, peace, Saif. Saif, make sure you subscribe and hit the notification button. Everybody that made it this far through the live, click the like for me. Peace to the guys, peace to the earths. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna check out the other one you showed me first, though, Saif. You got to remind me about the acknowledged one. I'm about to check out the one you showed me, Arming Africa. But yeah, peace to the guys, peace to the earths. All our other brothers and sisters out there, the NOI, the Moorish Americans, the Hebrew Israelites, the Kemetic brothers that come in, spend some time with us. Peace to everybody. And well, tomorrow's Thursday, so everybody check in. Everybody check out Sunyez, at 7:00. He's on his channel, Sunyez Allah, with the Peace Course Civilization class. And I'll be back on Friday, and we could get back into action. Matter of fact, you know what? I just thought about that. I still gotta do. I gotta do the. Yeah, I'm gonna have to work that out. But I ain't gonna bump heads with Sunyez, so I'm gonna do a short one tomorrow. We do a short one where we deal with the 1,037 and a third miles per hour. Then we had a build degree. We had a build destroy degree. We're gonna get into that, and then He-Man Women's Haters Club in effect. So yeah, I don't know. I see. Yeah, his mic got a little echo on it, but if anything, I'll probably tell him about this program right here I've been using, man, and see. That might help him out. You know what I'm saying? But peace to everybody, man. I'll catch y'all tomorrow. Peace.